Guess who? How are we feeling tonight, folks? 2025 has come to a close now. The year is at an end. I've canceled the SPN. I think of all the fights that I've been exposed to, though they weren't all great. Should we still not celebrate? The winner takes it all, the loser's shrinking small. These hands are open wide, oh won't you come inside? Clamber in my garb, unless you are too pussy. Let's all train UFC. Hey, is staff an STD? And hey, brah, can you tell that I've been working on my grip strength? I've got some lotion here and a sixer of light beer. I swear this isn't gay, it's only MMA. Now in this next round, let's work some ground and pound. If handies are a sin, then I forsake heaven. My pleasure's found upon that sweat-soaked octagon. The 2025 Handies are proud to be brought to you once again by the fine folks and indentured subhumans at Mackenzie Glues. Mackenzie, the very best in adhesives. Family owned since the reign of William the Conqueror, Mackenzie Glues are certified handmade by the wretched bog spawn who ruled the British Isles before the Normans showed up to straighten things out. They really made a mess of things, I can tell you. But with Mackenzie Glues, anything and everything can be put back together. Mackenzie Glues are not actually capable of gluing any two objects together. Do not use product to reset lost teeth, repair burst cauliflower ear, or in a desperate effort to keep dwindling audiences glued to the TV screen on fight night. Now I've wrapped my wrist, and I've got ice on standby. Don't care about a sprain. The pleasure's worth the pain. That time has come again, where winners need rewarding. I guess you could call this a little locker room bonus. So have a handy now. I swear it isn't gay. Hello! And welcome to the 2025 Handies. It's me, Connor.
My God, Connor, that music was amazing.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Even better than last year.
It was, wasn't it?
So good.
Can I just say it just flew off my fingertips writing it. It was I was visited by the muse.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it was so quick and easy.
And that's why the episode came out on time. Thank God for that. It was not delayed as it usually is by me sort of getting into a rabbit hole of trying to come up with the best and gayest lyrics possible. Welcome!
Yeah.
One and all to the 2025 Handies. I'm Connor. That other gentleman you hear speaking is your old friend, Mr. Phil.
Hello.
And, boy, what a year, huh, Phil?
So awful.
It was, I say this with no qualification whatsoever, one of the worst years of UFC I've ever seen. It was really something special.
Yeah. So great. Yeah, it's the fact that we've done the Depressed Us during this little hiatus.
We'll be doing it again tomorrow.
Yeah, we did a worst title fights of the year episode and had not only more than enough to make an episode, but enough to pick individual title fights out to make themes with.
Yeah.
You know, like not only can we do 2 episodes of the worst title fights of the year, but we could do like theme-based ones. Yeah, it ain't been good.
And that's not even, we can't even include for something like that, fights like Gone Aspinall. Or Van Pantoja. I mean, 2 of the most heartbreakingly awful fight results imaginable, but just too short. I mean, you really have your selection. You have your pick of just among title fights of dreadful disappointments. And that's to say nothing of the fact that this year, appropriately being the last year of the UFC's deal with ESPN, was largely, see, I have a different experience from you, Phil. Every week you and I talk and we get to pick what fights we want to talk about. And sometimes that is hard, with these Apex cards and things. You're like, what? I don't want to talk about any of this. But me and Zane have to talk about every full card every week.
I know.
Because of that, the overwhelming vibe of the year has been, why the fuck am I watching this level of fights? And those are so bad that you can't even like remember them to include them in a hate watch.
Yep.
That is 2025 for the UFC. So let's kick this award show off by saying, God, I hope they do better in 2026. Please, let's see some results of the prospects you've been signing and everything. I beg of you. I cannot take another Dushko Todorovic fight. Please.
Yeah. I mean, it was a perfect storm of, like a increasingly somewhat mediocre product and relying on a few things to like be absolute bangers, and then them just not delivering. You know, the fact that we got Van Pantoja or Gone Aspinall, which, you know, both actually looked like they were going to be good. There was that on top of a year of controlled decisions and
truly
so on.
The perfect climax of like the content era of the UFC. Is basically them doing what happened to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where like, everything sucks. You have all this TV show bullshit that it's just there because you have a deal, and then you have the tent poles that everything is hanging on, and the tent pole is the Eternals.
Yeah. Well, no, it was the fact that they hung it all on the idea that they were like gonna have what's his face, the guy from Creed, as their big like star villain that everyone was gonna
Scott Stapp?
everything was gonna what
Scott
yeah
Stapp?
yeah
He's in a Marvel movie.
Yeah he was the dude from Creed 3,
Michael B.
Jonathan
Jordan.
Majors. Yes,
Jonathan
he was going to be
Majors.
like their big villain. And then he got Me Too'd, and so they had to, and also all the films he'd been in thus far were terrible, and they just sort of collapsed. But yeah, I mean, it's like
Michael B. Jordan got Me Too'd?
Yes.
Oh.
No, Jonathan Majors did.
I don't know what's happening.
But anyway, in the same way that like when WEC went out, its last event was a like scintillating display of like one of the most exciting events imaginable. It's fitting that the UFC's ESPN era has sort of ended with just like a year of it collapsing into slop.
It's been great.
But not that there weren't good things.
No, some of the best things we've ever seen, intermingled with all of that completely meaningless shit. And we're going to run the gamut, because that's what we do here at the Handies. Just to give you a quick rundown before we dive in, our awards are broken up into 3 broad categories, which have in fact been cleaned up relative to previous years. I think the organization makes a lot more sense. Of course, we're going to start with our generic boring awards. Fight of the year, KO of the year, etc. Then we're going to move on to the strategy section, which is the section of the awards in which we pretend that the aspect of MMA we are most interested in is the technical and game planning side. And then we're getting into the good shit, which are all of our favorite awards. Laugh Out Loud Pure Entertainment Fighter of the Year, the Patrick Wyman Memorial Award for Explosive Muscularity, the Phil McKenzie Award for Best Ritual Manslaughter of an Aging Fighter, a.k.a. the Glue Factory, all the good stuff.
That's what people are here for.
That's what they're here for. So, with no further ado, let's dive in to the generic, boring awards. And Phil, I will let you read the first selection of nominees. Take it away.
Here are the nominees for Fighter of the Year.
I'd give him a shot in the Contender Series, probably.
Merab Dvalishvili, Piotr Yan, Joshua Van, Ronnie Barcelos, Islam Makhachev, Waldo Cortes-Acosta, and Terence Crawford. Okay. Wow, what a lineup.
A little variety in there. Some of these things are not like the others.
Yeah, there's one or two in there. one in particular. You might...
Yes, I know. Merab Dvalishvili. He's the one who stands out. You think he shouldn't be considered, he just lost. But
that's a good point.
To be honest, more than any other individual fighter, I do feel that 2025 was the year of Merab Dvalishvili. He had 4 fights this year, I think. Sean O'Malley rematch, Corey Sandhagen, and what was the other one?
Umar
Nurmagomedov
was at the beginning of the year. Yeah.
All of these performances really highlighting how special he was, which of course only made Piotr Jan's win over him, his revenge win over him, that much more impressive. But even so, it was impressive in relation to all of the momentum Merab spent the year gaining and building. So I think he's a viable contender, whatever you may say about him not belonging in this category, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, I think people who are like dismissing him because he lost to Jan, for example, they're sort of doing the thing that people always accuse others of doing within the MMA math arena, which is just like, if you beat someone, you've taken all of their wins, like the Highlander.
Yeah.
But that is an incredibly impressive year, even with a loss in it.
Yes.
Umar, O'Malley, and Sandhagen as wins is a fantastic year. And I think, he, as you said, he is also the fighter who has defined this year the most, I think, for the UFC.
Right.
He's the one who's risen to stardom the most. And again, one of the other candidates for this event, for this award, got it entirely for beating Merab himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has been the year of Merab.
Yep. A lot of our other contenders here really are on this list for, like, this is almost a hybrid performance of the year category. Because Piotr Jan beating Marcus McGee, I mean, that's good. It got him back to his rematch, but it doesn't compare to the ungodly brilliance of his win over Merab. So it's really just one fight. Joshua Van basically didn't have a fight with Alexandre Pantoja, became the champion anyway, but he had that fight with Brandon Royval. And Hanny Barcelos I stuck on there. I know he's not in the same league, but honestly, for a guy, it seemed like he got to the UFC a little late in his career and then wasn't really given the opportunities. And when he did get the opportunities, he kind of missed. At 38 years old now, he has 3 very impressive wins this year, including one which will show up later in the awards over Peyton Talbot, a classic prospect kill kind of performance. So I honestly think Hanny Barcelos had a tremendous year in context. Islam Makhachev won his 2nd belt. Terrence Crawford, again, one great performance, but an incredibly great performance, even against an old version of Canelo Alvarez. That was such an amazing win. And then Waldo Cortes-Acosta has fought more than literally anybody else, I think, in the UFC this year. That's why I included him. We've got to see him 5 times in 2025.
5 times. Wow. And I remember all of them. I remember more of them than I should because we had to research them for other awards like Worst KO.
And they were all good. They were all, I mean, individually maybe not, but the combination, I mean, easily puts him on the same level as Merab Dvalishvili, if you ask me. So what do we think?
He also had a loss this year, did he not?
Yeah. But, it happens.
So, yeah, basically it's one of those years that you get sometimes where there just isn't a clear front runner.
Yeah.
And that means it's fine. It's fine. It just means there probably just isn't a correct answer. Except like this time, I think there probably is.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because, we've talked about, some of the things that make generational greatness for fighters. And it's things like, turning back a new generation of fighters. Can you beat, not just your first generation, but your second generation, but your third generation? And it's also, doing things like proving dominance across weight classes. Was once extremely rare in MMA, but now much less so. And there's a fighter that's done that this year. There's a fighter that's beaten the third generation of challengers coming up to face them, and there's a fighter who dominated a cross-divisional challenge, and I think we know that it is Valentina Shevchenko as the Fighter of the Year.
Oh my God!
2026,
a surprise late nominee, Valentina Shevchenko. She's had a 2025.
I actually had it on the list whilst you were elsewhere, like doing other things, and then I quickly deleted it because it would be funnier to do it this way.
Now, from a distance, it might appear that her 2025 was exactly the same as the 32 years of championship reign that preceded it. But actually, there's Wei Li Zhang in there. There's Manon
Fiorot. See?
Yeah.
Next generations of challengers.
Yeah.
See, Manon Fiorot, she is big.
You can't take that away from her. She is big.
Large for flyweight even.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to pick Valentina Shevchenko.
I believe I get to call it because I had to do
think there's a vote.
I had to do the announcement.
I think there's a vote.
So that gives me that gives me the casting vote if it's a tie.
Which it may very well be with only 2 men on the panel.
I see you know your maths well.
So you're nominating and selecting Valentina Shevchenko? Is that the case, Phil?
Tempted. I'm so tempted. It would be funny. I guess it probably is Merab.
Okay, I'll take it. I was going to go with you if you said Valentina, but you didn't have the cojones to commit. So I think it's Merab.
I don't think I can do it. The thing is, it's a classic cutting your nose off to spite your face kind of thing. and it would be great to spite my face, aka you.
Yeah.
But would it be great enough?
But please, Phil, this is
Bring
the
me
Handies.
enough joy.
This is the Handies.
Yeah.
You heard that song. I hope you would know that the expression is cutting your cock off to spite your balls.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think it's Merab.
Yeah, kind of has to be.
He's got the
Even
loss,
with the loss,
but it's like a Times Person of the Year. Like, it's not just about everything you did being great. It's about the impression you left. And I really do think Merab has been the story, the through line of 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So, Merab Dvalishvili, Fighter of the Year. Sorry, Piotr, but at least you got the W.
Piotr wasn't even second. Merab just managed to just about pip Valentina Shevchenko. Piotr was behind Valentina Shevchenko.
Just sorry to Piotr for having beaten him and not getting the award.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I mean.
Yeah.
You know. Incredible win, though. Okay. Next category. I'll take this one. This is the Submission of the Year.
Yeah, he's got more than a jiu-jitsu grip, believe me. You don't need your family-sized bottle of lotion for this one.
We have Jamie Cordero versus Milan Datalinka from Octagon. This one,
sure.
I clearly added when I saw it, although right now, I gotta tell you, I don't remember what the submission was, but it must have been cool. I'm gonna pull it up while I read the rest of these. Charles Jourdain, guillotine choke on Davy Grant. Walter Walker defeats Dontel Mays via heel hook. Walter Walker defeats Kennedy Nzechukwu via heel hook. Walter Walker defeats Louis Sutherland via heel hook. And then Walter Walker was supposed to fight Muhammad Usman. That got canceled, but he probably would have won by Peruvian necktie.
Yeah, 100%.
So what do we think? I'm going to pull up this completely obscure one that I tagged.
Yeah, pull up the obscure one so I can, and then describe it to me, and I will describe to you whether I want to vote for it or not.
Okay, there's ground and pound happening. There's a lot of lead up to this submission. It's a much longer clip than I expected. Oh my God, it's taking forever. This is good. This is good. Keeping the momentum going for the awards show. It's a arm triangle. Okay. I don't know why I wrote that down. Forget that one.
All right. Fine. Charles Jourdain then.
So make your pick, and why is it Walter Walker? Charles Jourdain.
Yeah, sure, why not?
It was, I will say this. Obviously we completely always just shit the bed with the submission category because who cares about submissions? Davy Grant was the one that it forced me to realize that Charles Jourdain's guillotine is not a gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
It also helps that it's a submission set up by a brutal, essentially knockout sequence. But, there's a badass knee and stuff in there before. But I'm okay with Jourdain getting it because the man just has maybe the best guillotine in the UFC right now. And he made that one look pretty.
Yeah, it did make me think. What were the other things? There's obviously John Silver killing Boris Mitchell.
That's an obvious one that I overlooked. That's a nominee for sure.
I think it might be that because he is a grappler and because it was just kind of disgusting. Brady guillotining Leon Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, actually, I think I'm going to vote for Mitchell versus Silva. It was
I agree.
Kind of horrifying.
Didn't even think of it until you mentioned it, but I am forced to agree. That one you really do need all the context. But that's the case for any of these. I mean, submissions are a little like special effects in movies. Like, we've seen them all pretty much. So like, you don't really get that many like Joaquin Buckley doing the jumping spinning kick knockout equivalent of submissions.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly you see guillotines and rear naked chokes.
Yep.
So, Jean Silva, congratulations. And thank you for doing what you did to Bryce Mitchell.
Yeah.
Our next category, Phil.
The next category is Knockout of the Year.
Woo! Superman punch!
And the submissions are Carlos Prates versus Leon Edwards, the mid-air Dragon Ball Z knockdown. Leon Murphy versus Aaron Pico, the spinning elbow KO. Ilya Topuria versus Charles Oliveira, short right hand. And Renier de Ridder versus Bo Nickel.
The body.
Was this in fact, was that even a knockout?
It wasn't a clean knockout, but it was a savage body shot knockdown with a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
But you got to include a badass body shot finish.
Yep.
And also, it was so satisfying.
Yes.
It was absolutely delicious.
So, again, I don't think there's like a notable... this isn't one of those ones like, we get with the Joaquin Buckley KO or whatever.
Right. There's no standout. There's plenty of other cool ones that we didn't include. Like cortes-acosta got a head kick on Morgan Charrier. That was pretty crazy.
Yep.
But
Bo Nickel got a head kick.
Yeah.
KO.
Yep. So
a
lot of people on Tapology.
I refuse to vote for Mauricio Hufi doing a spinning heel kick on Bobby Green. It's not happening.
I was literally about to bring that one up and say the exact same thing. No, I will not acknowledge that as a great KO.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
It's probably Leon Murphy versus Aaron Pico.
Lerone Murphy. That's my typo there. You knew that.
Yeah.
Though. You know who we're talking about.
Yeah, I just read it as that, yes.
You're an MMA fan.
Yes, I know. Yeah. All these British people are the same.
Yeah, Lerone Murphy, Aaron Pico. I'll take a spinning elbow off the cage. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Works for me.
Yeah. Topuria Oliveira, I think to be honest, like, you could argue that the actual, like, the most iconic knockout this year was Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul.
True.
The photoshopped smile memes as he's drawing back his fist, the collapse to the floor, everything else, by the sounds of things, horribly broken jaw.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I saw the hospital pictures. That man's face he grew an extra face.
Mm-hmm. So that might actually be the KO of the year. But I think it's probably, I'm just going to vote for Leon Murphy versus Aaron Pico, because I don't think I don't want to reward that circus with any of our slightly meaningful awards.
Yeah. The awards that we explicitly don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to.
Yeah,
we don't want to sort of dirty them with something like that. It is Lerone Murphy, by the way. You said Leon again. I know it's on the sheet, but I just want to reassure the audience that Phil does follow the sport of MMA, and he does know who Lerone Murphy is.
He's the British guy.
Yeah. Okay. Congratulations, Leon Murphy, for knocking out Aaron Pico. On to our final generic boring award. Phil is going into the doc now to correct it. Thank you. That's helpful. Next award category, Fight of the Year.
The word is this is the best place on the whole island.
And our nominees are Yuri Prochazka versus Jamal Hill. Jack Della Maddalena versus Bilal Muhammad. Remember the name. Diego Lopez versus Jean Silva. And, of course, Joshua Van versus Brandon Royval. Now, I kept this category a little light deliberately. There were, of course, as much as we can talk about what a dire, terrible year of MMA viewing this was and UFC fandom this was, there were plenty of really great fights.
Mm-hmm.
But I just felt like these were 4 standouts, which really run the gamut of what a great fight can be. Diego Lopez versus Jean Silva is a ludicrous war. Tons of bad decisions are made. Very little defense is displayed. It's just utter chaos. And there's a point pretty early into the fight where one of the fighters realizes he has to go completely apeshit to win, and then the opponent matches that energy and finishes him in a spectacular fashion. Honestly, probably should have been considered for KO of the year. So that's one kind of crazy fight. Joshua Van Brandon Royval is a crazy war, which also has elements of a technical dismantling. Jack Della Maddalena versus Bilal Muhammad is the fabled violent chess match kind of fight. Lot of fantastic adjustments, constant action, and a little bit of everything. And then Yuri Prochazka versus Jamal Hill would not have been a fun fight if Yuri Prochazka were better at what he does. But he's just bad enough that he made the process of completely dismantling Jamal Hill incredibly exciting.
You know what fight I feel is missing here?
Tell me.
Merab Yan.
Yeah, I thought of that actually. And then I was like, is it really?
Yeah.
Is it more great performance than it is great fight?
I mean, I think it's competitive enough that it's still a great fight.
I think you're right. We'll add that.
I mean, and it has everything in it. It has tremendous scrambling.
Yes.
It has a simply unbelievable pace.
True.
It's, I think the consistently highest paced MMA fight I think I've ever seen that's conducted over 5 rounds.
That's true.
Yeah, and it has lots and lots of cool stuff in it. Mostly from Jan, but not always. It's still like, it's the fact that Jan has to, go deep into his bag of tricks to keep punting aside the and the just inexorable energy of Merab. But yeah, I think it's a truly incredible fight to show people, I think.
I agree. Yeah. In terms of great fight archetypes, I would say it's like a high level version of Prochazka Hill, in which it is largely one guy kind of dominating, at least strategically, but it's a lot of action. And a lot of back and forth.
And yeah, in a way that in a much more 3-dimensional way than than often happens in that kind of fight.
That's true.
But yeah, I think basically what it comes down to is JDM versus Bilal and Van versus Royval.
Yeah, I agree. Those are the two front
It's got to be one of those, right?
Yep.
Della
Maddalena Bilal has the advantage of being 5 rounds.
Yep.
You get even more sort of momentum shifts and adjustments in that one. Joshua Van Brandon Royval comes to a perfect climax, however, with the long sought-after knockdown finally happening in the final 10 seconds of the fight. It also has a huge momentum swing and a series of adjustments. It was pretty fucking awesome.
Yep.
Do we go Van Royval?
I don't know. The thing is, I'm tempted to give it to Bilal JDM, but I think that might just me wanting to be controversial.
No, I love that fight. I mean,
it is.
It's a technical
great, but
war.
Is it? Yeah. I think what Bilal Royval shares with, sorry, Bilal Royval, what am I saying? What Van Royval, it kind of comes at the intersection of Jan Dvalishvili and Mohamed Della Maddalena. because it's got all the sort of the neat technical stuff of it's got all the kind of neat technical stuff of Jan Ivanishvili, but it also has the what am I saying? It's more like the back and forth nature of Mohammed versus JDM, but then it's got the insane pace of Jan Davalishvili.
Yes.
It kind of combines both of those elements quite well. And it's also the fact that Mohammed JDM has a weird dynamic to it where the more technical guy is also in this case, like the more physical one. Like JDM is both bigger and more like physically capable than Bilal Muhammad, and he's sort of the cleaner technician.
Yeah.
So it has less of the sort of clearer dynamics of one person trying to climb what seems like an unbreakable physical wall using technique. Instead, it's sort of the other way around. It's like the less technical guy has to try and climb a technical gap whilst simultaneously being less athletic,
and maybe,
which in one way makes it very Conor Rebush, but in other ways makes it feel a little more kind of unfair.
Yeah, and perhaps watching it, the knowledge that you know that Jack Della Maddalena hits harder, maybe takes some of the drama out of it for a rewatch.
And the fact that, in his next fight, he gets absolutely destroyed by someone wrestling him.
Yeah. I mean, I might be getting a little too far into the background context for the individual nomination here, but yeah, the point stands. I think Joshua Van Brandon Royval. I think it is a part technical war, part all-out brawl. It has a wonderful shape for a 3-round fight. It's just a really exciting story that comes to a thrilling conclusion. And it benefits from being a real coming out performance for Joshua Van. We all knew he was great, that he was destined for great things, but this was the fight where you got to see him against what we suspected would be a difficult style matchup, just both being down for the war and also having the right answers.
Yeah.
So
because that was the other thing about it, is that it just blew me away. Just being this is what Joshua Van is capable of.
Yeah.
This is how far he's come in this amount of time.
And also
watching a truly, truly special fighter.
This is what watching an MMA fight is all about. These are the fights you want to see. I think it is a platonic ideal of a 3-round MMA fight. So I think we're going with that. Are we?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Congratulations, Joshua Van and Brandon Royval. You are the winners of Fight of the Year. And that concludes the generic boring awards. I think we maybe used to have 6 or 7. We've whittled it down to an efficient 4.
Yeah.
That's great, because that means we are fast approaching the more interesting section of the show. That's right. It's time for the Strategy Awards. The music, noise, applause. All right. Thank you, Phil. Are you okay? Someday you're going to be having a medical episode over there. Where
you just won't know. It'll sound like me cheering you on.
Choking on a piece of toast. Oh,
yep.
Needed more beans to lubricate it.
My jellied eels were off.
Should have added more brown sauce. All right. The first category for the strategy section is is the Fight Like This Person Award.
How far away is the restroom? Is it?
And Phil, the nominees are yours to read.
For the Fight Like This Person Award, we have Alexander Volkanovski, Ilya Topuria, Joshua Van, and a new entry, Ethan, the Professor Finessa Ewing. Also, if we had it, the Best New Nickname Award.
Yes. It's a good one. We should do that, actually, for future years. We could also do worst.
Yeah.
We could do worst nickname, too, easily. There would be a huge selection.
Yeah, but it's always a question of, like, what do you count as worst? Is it being unimaginative, or is it being, like, horrific?
Well, I think you can include both nicknames like the Destroyer and also nicknames like White Kong.
As we were saying before the show, I remember how angry people were. I was genuinely tickled by the fact that Clay Collard called himself Cassius Clay Collard.
Yeah, no, that's
particularly
awesome.
As a white guy.
That's awesome. We were talking about how much better it would be for him to respond to the backlash by doing like a Muslim name instead, like Muhammad Ali did. Muhammad Clay Collard would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yep.
So, I mean,
anyway,
some very obvious contenders, I think, for the Fight Like This Person award, but with some standout examples of why you should fight like them. Alexander Volkanovski once again displayed his mastery of positional striking and defense and counterpunching. He really used his footwork brilliantly, something which we've talked a lot about recently that so many MMA fighters still need huge amounts of work on. Volkanovski is one of the models for good striking footwork in MMA, and that fight with Diego Lopez was, tied with several others, but a prime example of just how powerful good footwork and movement can be.
Yep.
Ilya Topuria might be a little difficult to fight like this person, but hey, look at his brother, Alexander Topuria. He's not built the same as Ilya, but he has a very similar game, and he's been making it work so far. So it just goes to show, for all of his dynamism and his athletic prowess, a lot of what made Ilya Topuria such a great fighter is that he just has a really good process. His game is very well put together. And expanding, too. Adding more outfighting aspects to his game, improving his defense. He has really become a beacon of technical proficiency in this sport. Joshua Van, likewise. And what do you got, Phil? Give me
Did we forget Piotr Jan?
Yes, we did. But
I was thinking, like, this particular collection that we have, even if we don't include Piotr Jan,
which we just did,
but these four, including Ethan the Professor Vanessa Ewing, all kind of speak to what is missing from MMA a lot of the time, which is they all actually have genuine, like, functional footwork.
Yes. I'm including Islam Makhachev, too.
As you said, we also need to include Islam Makhachev.
Yeah. These are, again, these are all, like, with a few exceptions, these are, like, the highest level of fighters, which isn't always the case for this category. But it just goes to show, if you have the talent and you develop a functional, logical game, then you're going to be an all-time great.
Yep. And yeah, I think so. And I think that is the difference between, for example, Ilya Topuria and someone who is an exact, like, physical clone of Ilya Topuria, because he's a tremendous athlete.
Yes.
But we've seen many tremendous athletes in MMA.
Yes.
He is not I would not class him as being, like, a better athlete than John Silver.
Right.
In fact, he's probably worse. But the difference of Ilya Topuria is his positioning, his understanding of how to move around the cage, his the fact that he can pivot, that he understands angles and center lines.
The way he pressures, all the different tricks and ways he has of closing the distance. Mm-hmm. Using his jab, using his feints, coming in from different angles, exiting on different angles. And again, a relatively newfound ability to take his foot off the gas and reset physically and mentally off the back foot. He just has a super well-constructed game. Especially for a guy unlike Volkanovski. Like, Volkanovski did not get to the level of what he showed against Diego Lopez until pretty late in his career. Topuria is still much earlier in his career, and already I would say he's fairly comparable to Volkanovski as a technician and strategist.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I think Jan and Makhachev are both examples of fighters that have achieved success by having extremely broad MMA games in multiple areas. They are both extremely good in the clinch. They are both incredible transitional fighters. Makhachev, obviously one of the greatest wrestlers we've ever seen in this sport. He's a fantastic submission grappler. But I don't think they are. But I think the rest of this category are people who have been specifically represent like green shoots for the technical development of MMA in a slightly different way, in the way that we would like to see, which is just not just like people getting better at all the elements of MMA, but people finally developing footwork. People who finally have actual defined understanding of how to use it moving forwards and backwards and so on.
People who understand that you can sort of get further away from the opponent without getting further away, the kind of the magic of footwork that allows you to be out of the opponent's range, but in your range. Why do more MMA fighters not take advantage of that power? Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go for Ilia Topuria. I think he's still the high watermark for that particular approach. Obviously this will all change once he fights a long, rangy southpaw kicker, and we realize that he sucks at that,
Paddy Pimblett,
or something along those lines.
Yeah, when he gets left leg cemeteried by Paddy Pimblett.
But as for the moment, I think he's the high watermark for like footwork in MMA.
I think I agree. Yeah, and the fact that he's young in his career and appears to be making improvements with just about every fight. I mean, you don't get to see them quite as clearly as you might in like the Volkanovski fight, because half of these he's just obliterating the opponent immediately, like he did to Charles Oliveira. But anytime we have seen Topuria extended, we have seen just how fucking good he is, how keen his understanding of the game is, how well he understands like the momentum of the fight, and then all the positional and technical things we already discussed. Use of angles, distance management, feints and setups and counters, and he's got it all. Not to mention, he probably could look a little more like Islam Makhachev if he invested more time in his takedown setup game too.
Yep.
He's got the potential for that. So yeah, I'm happy with Ilia Topuria being the winner of the Fight Like This Person award.
Yep.
Which brings us to the Don't Fight Like This Person award, aka the Athletic Cheater award.
I go out and I'm looking for talent, and these guys come in and absolutely deliver.
And this category celebrates fighters who are largely built like Ilia Topuria, except in the brain. The nominees are Michael Morales, Tatiana Suarez, Wang Kong, Patchy Mix, and Natalia Silva. Bit of variety, I think, to these nominees.
Tatiana
Suarez and Patchy Mix should honestly be nominated together. They are a couple.
Yep.
They have their styles are dysfunctional in very similar ways. And in both cases, we found out this year just how reliant they both were on their size. True size bullies. And when that advantage was taken away from them in one way or the other, we saw just how little else there was to their games.
Yep.
Wong Kong was like, they tried to make a phenom out of her, but frankly, I hate the way she fights. She is constantly just wasting time and throwing single strikes. There's very little like variety or setup. She is somebody who the knockouts just kind of come to her because she's good enough to get them when they arrive, because she's talented enough to snatch them when they arrive, not because she's doing a lot of work to create the opportunities. She's got a very thin game, if you ask me. Natalia Silva is a technical disaster in so many ways, but she is one of the fastest fighters I have ever seen. And that is why her style works. If you took her speed down by 20%, she would be getting trapped against the fence and hurt and taken down and everything. The speed is what makes it work. But for me, Michael Morales is the picture of an athletic cheater.
Yeah, it's got to be him, right?
His fights, his wins are not satisfying to watch. There's no process happening. He goes in there with Neil Magny and immediately starts clinching and wrestling with him, but wins anyway. You know, he fights Sean Brady, and Sean Brady is just so scared of him that he can't even try to compete. Like, Michael Morales has so little going on, and it just doesn't matter at all. Like, he is essentially dominating people on accident.
Yep.
He's the best athletic cheater in the UFC right now.
Yeah, he's the best we've had for some time, by which I mean the worst.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he's like close to title contention right now.
Yep.
And you can still just look at him and just be like, what's he good at?
Yeah, what do you do?
What does Michael Morales do? I think what he's good at is that he has really good balance. Which is an athletic cheater thing.
Yes.
He's actually genuinely very difficult to take down because, one, he's enormous, two, he has good reflexes, and three, he just has really good balance.
Yep.
Meaning that he's able to keep it on the feet, and in a extremely Derek Lewis way, people get freaked out by the just sheer athletic power radiating off him and try and take him down. It doesn't work, and then he sort of flails at them and they fall over.
The frequency with which you see Michael Morales like getting suckered by his opponent and just blasting his way out of the trap.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you have a bear trap in the woods, and then like the horrifying mutant bear from Annihilation steps in it. It's like you're not going to stop the bear. It's going to cry out to you in the voice of your dead child, and you're going to go out to see what's happening, and it will devour you anyway. So yeah, I think Michael Morales has to be the winner for the Don't Fight Like This Person award.
Yeah, a lot of these are very competitive. This one, there's just no way.
Yep, agreed. Which brings us to our next award, the Best Game Plan Award.
As far as age goes, there's a couple guys that I'm interested in.
This one's a pretty stacked category this year.
Yeah. There was actually a lot of people who effectively implemented like very smart game plans this year. Mm-hmm. And again, maybe, even as someone who likes game plans, maybe this kind of contributed to a general feeling malaise about 2025, because a bunch of fights where someone just completely sold their opponent and made them look rubbish.
That's
anyway, I think this is me. So, we have Honey Barcelos has forgotten more about wrestling than Peyton Talbot knows. Sean Brady copies Bilal Muhammad's homework to crush Leon Edwards. At 46 to 63 years old, Alexander Volkanovski outsmarts Diego Lopez. Ian Machado Gary has a plan so crazy it just might work. Don't get KO'd by Carlos Prates. Sergey Pavlovich versus Waldo Cortes-Acosta on a heavyweight grading curve. And also, notably, Jairzinho Rosenstruik. Brendan Allen versus Renier de Ridder. Piotr Jan dices and dismantles the machine with an educated left hand. Gabriel Bonfim passes the Randy Brown IQ test. Max Holloway tries something completely different against Dustin Poirier. And Islam Makhachev versus Jack Della Maddalena. So, yeah, I mean, just a lot of like really smart performances, and a lot of like interesting ones. A lot of performances which were good because they went against the grain of what you necessarily expected.
Yeah, this is kind of a covert upset category in a way. A lot of these were big surprises. That's why they stick in the mind, right? Like, this is not how I thought this was going to go, and props to the guy who proved me wrong.
Yep. Yeah, all the way up at the top, like Honey Barcelos against Peyton Talbot.
Brilliant.
You know, sure. I would be, if you'd asked me before then, I would be like, can Honey Barcelos take Peyton Talbot down? Absolutely. And then if you'd asked me, do I think he can consistently keep him there and also not get badly hurt? And do I think he has the pace to just continually do that against a young, hungry fighter? Absolutely not. We've seen how Honey Barcelos does with pace.
And not just the pace, but the variety of wrestling technique which was required to keep making the game plan work. I mean, that was a game plan with layers and layers of tactical detail.
Sean Brady, again, just like pure consistency that I don't think I'd seen. We'd seen from him before, but it had been against Kelvin Gastelum.
Right.
Alexander Volkanovski outsmarting Diego Lopez. I mean, that wasn't unexpected because it's Alexander Volkanovski, but, you know, that's the unfortunate nature of, like, you know, just continued excellence,
right?
And being one of the best fighters ever. It's just like, oh yeah, well done. You've managed to neutralize a terrifying physical threat. Well done. We're going to put you in the same awards category as a big fat man that learned how to do a jab.
Yeah. The age, too. I mean, again, it was not that it was like a big shock in this case that Volkanovski could beat Lopez, but coming back from the rough results, being old, having talked openly about being horribly depressed with some of his losses, and then coming out there and being such a machine was inspiring.
Yep. Ian Machado Gary against Carlos Prates. Again, like, it was such a relief to see that Ian Gary could actually execute a game plan without neutering himself.
Yep.
Brendan Allen, Renier de Ridder, maybe not quite so much as the other ones, but it was just a nice reminder that Brendan Allen is just a he's just like a three-dimensional rough housing fighter. Gabriel Bonfim, again, like, this gets in there because it's like a surprise, because he had a fight against Wonderboy where it was just like, oh, have you ever seen Wonderboy fight before? What? You beat him, but that's because he's 1 million years old. But then he fights Randy Brown, and he fights Randy Brown like he's, you know, been training against him in the holodeck. He's just like, oh no, this is how you beat Randy Brown. You pressure him, you low kick him, and he made the much taller fighter level change on him and then KO'd him. Very, very impressive.
Nice reference. I also like Star Wars.
Yep. Max Holloway, sort of continuing to develop his that sort of clean outside style, which is becoming a real hallmark of his style at lightweight.
Calling card.
Yeah.
And I think also, like, that one, you can look at it and say, okay, how necessary was the game plan? Dustin Poirier is old. He retired immediately after. But make no mistake, Max Holloway's old too. That's why he's fighting this way now. he can't consistently do what he used to do to just every opponent. The one-size-fits-all strategy no longer works every time. And also, Dustin Poirier, his fight before that was perhaps one of the best of his entire career against Islam Makhachev. I know he's old, but the man still had something. And I think Max Holloway absolutely dominated him. It also helps that it's so different from what happened in their first fight. Long ago as it was, Max Holloway, it really shows the power of the adaptations he's made.
Yeah, we've talked before about how rematches are so often the same thing. And, Holloway has, turned it around. Did he have a small assist from Father Time? Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
But you could still look at that fight and be like, I don't think Dustin Poirier in his prime would beat this version of Max Holloway.
It was a complete transformation. That makes it very impressive, too.
Yeah. And then Islam Makhachev versus Jack Della Maddalena. Completely, just coming up with, again, a game plan so complete and all-encompassing that it made a very good fighter look like a complete scrub.
Yeah.
Just shredded his legs, took away all his offensive weapons, and then just dominated him the entire fight.
It's the striking aspects of that fight that I think really, those are the cherry on top of the game plan from Makhachev.
Yep.
Because he broke him and neutralized him on the feet and did tons of great work to set up his takedown entries there. You think of the fight as being just a wrestle fucking, but there's a lot of little pieces that made that possible.
Yeah, just an incredibly complete game plan. But yeah, it's the one I've left out until the end, right? It has to be Petr Yan.
Petr Yan. Yeah.
One of these ones where it just has to be it. Like it's because again, it's that surprise factor. And this is turning around a complete thrashing.
Yeah.
Is turning around a fight where he just got drowned the first time round.
Yep.
Just turning it around positionally, in terms of how assertive he was, how much he was controlling the exchanges where he was in the cage, just doing everything and having to do everything because the whole fight it's become, it's apparent you are watching someone trying, like, holding back the tide by punching it.
Yep.
And it's constantly trying to flood in on some different angle, and he's prepared for everything. Just like, not just, game plan of the year, but as we said, like, one of the most impressive tactical comebacks.
Yep.
And strategic comebacks and strategic fights that we've ever seen.
Yep. Yeah, they say no plan survives contact with the enemy. Well, in this case, the enemy was somebody who proved that to be true in their first fight. This isn't like Holloway Poirier 1, where it was like a crazy war, and then Holloway leveled up and figured out how to just win cleanly, or relatively cleanly. This was like Petr Yan getting crushed into a paste and having to deal with that as a factor while sticking to his game plan for the rematch. The amount of mental fortitude required to stick to a plan, to have faith that the plan you've come up with is going to work, to execute it even as you feel yourself getting tired, even as the PTSD of what happened in the first fight inevitably sets in at some point. And still sticking to the plan and just confidently winning. I think it has to be Petr Yan.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely, no doubt.
As we said before, it was a really great competitive fight to watch. We nominated it, I think, wisely, even if it was an afterthought for Fight of the Year. But really, if you look at it strategically, for all the back and forth, it has the feeling of Petr Yan dominating a fighter who appeared to be undominatable.
Yep.
Indomitable? Is that the word?
Yes, that's actually a word.
So, congratulations, Petr. Best Game Plan Award, very well deserved, I think.
Yep, this was as we said, like, this is basically the strongest category this year of, like, in the real awards.
Yep.
And and he won it easily.
Yep. Just as he kind of beat Merab Dwalish-Willie pretty easily. Incredible. All right. Our next award then is the Hey, That Worked award.
In your opinion, are there any younger guys that I wouldn't know about?
For shitty game plans that triumphed regardless. Now, I'm sure this category is a bit thin. I'm sure there are many that we could have thought of, and I'm sure we'll hear about them in the comments. We'll have to do our traditional honorable mentions on next week's episode. But as of now, the nominees are Joe Pyfer ekes out a decision over Kelvin Gastelum, a middle-aged man half his size. Tim Elliott has to be reminded to try beating Kai Asakura. Nasruddin Imavov accidentally knocks out Israel Adesanya. So what do we think?
What happened with Johnny Walker's fight? Didn't he come out with like a Dagestan beard and then immediately run headfirst into the cage against was it Zhang?
You're so right. That is such a good nominee. You're so right. Okay, okay.
I knew I was missing something.
Johnny Walker, Zhang Mingyang is so good. Yeah. Johnny Walker reinvents himself.
Yeah. And then Mingyang panics and then gets knocked out.
That's a very, very good pick. Yes, thank you for that. So we have that. I do still feel a pull towards Joe Pyfer beating Kelvin Gastelum.
Yeah, it's the natural pick, right?
He had
not as funny as it's not. The thing is that what you ideally want is terrible game plans. You want the terrible game plan to be the thing that wins the person the fight.
Yeah,
the best examples of someone who just fails 20 guillotines. And then they just get it. And he was like, "Oh, that was dumb. That was dumb, and you shouldn't have won." Whereas Johnny Walker was like, "I've really worked on my wrestling for this fight. I'm the new," and then immediately gave up when it became apparent that he was rubbish at it.
Yep, that's a good one. But man,
but he doesn't actually win with his bad game plan. He tries it and then fails.
Yeah.
Which is why I do like the Pyfer one, because he's just like, man, I'm gonna beat this guy with my technical boxing.
It's just that
I'm gonna KO him.
It's just that it's a fight where he has every apparent advantage. He is twice Kelvin Gastelum's size. He hits like a truck. He has a huge reach advantage, and he's 15 years younger. Probably not that much, but he's considerably younger. And Kelvin Gastelum has been through the wars. He has eaten too many tacos for 10 years straight. He's really should be just in terrible shape. And we have seen some dire performances from Kelvin Gastelum recently, where he's just the man has been checked out for at least half of his entire MMA career. And Joe Pyfer goes in there and hits him a couple times, and simply by not being visibly hurt, Kelvin Gastelum puts the fear into him.
Yep.
That's amazing. He gets scared of Kelvin Gastelum because Gastelum can take...
Well, I mean, it's also just that, he reaches the logical endpoint of Joe Pyfer's game. Because Joe Pyfer's game is I'm going to hit them with the big left hand, and then they'll be KO'd. Mm-hmm. And then, Kelvin Gastelum's just there, and he's like, I've never thought about what the next step after this is.
Yeah. And he went back to his corner and said something funny, too, about, he was just defeated on the stool, talking to his cornermen, I can't figure out what to do. And it's it's that compared with the fact that essentially nothing is happening to him from Kelvin Gastelum's side of the cage while all of this is happening. Gastelum himself is very inactive and ineffective throughout the entire fight. but Pfeiffer tapers off so profoundly.
Kelvin Gastelum he's just too creative for me. I can't figure this guy out.
Yeah. I tried hitting his giant head twice. It didn't work. I think it's Joe Pfeiffer. I mean, it was such a non-game plan against a relative non-entity in Gastelum, which somehow ended up being like close enough that there's kind of a case for Gastelum winning the last 2 rounds. It's astounding.
Yeah. I mean, just nothing happens in them.
Huge bag fumble. Legendary bag fumble from Joe Pfeiffer. He honestly should have lost it. I think it would have taught him a valuable lesson, but...
Yeah, just like philosophically.
Yeah. Also, there was the lead up where he was like talking about Mexico being a shithole because they were supposed to fight previously. And he got a tummy ache in Mexico because he drank like water out of the hose, even though everybody told him not to.
Yep.
So that adds to it as well. He had all of this spite, all of these things which should have given him power over Gastelum or against him, and he just could tap into none of it.
Yep.
So congratulations, Joe. You earned it. Next award.
So it is the Strategy is for Losers award. There's no way in hell I was walking out of there without that kid. What he had going against him is he's like 30 years old.
Dana, a lot of times we're looking for younger guys to get in there.
For good game plans that didn't work. And again, a bit of a thin one. I think there's probably a few that we missed. But there's Yuri Prochaska versus Khalil Roundtree. Cody Gibson versus Damon Blackshear. And in a surprising last-minute addition, Jake Matthews against Neil Magny.
It's a good one, I think. Good one on your part.
Yeah.
The first one I thought of was Prochaska Roundtree, and I had you in mind when I added that, Phil.
Because it's so unfair, man.
You were incensed when this happened.
Yeah.
I remember. People in the comments were like, why is Phil being such a fucking bummer? This card was great. Why does he have to take a shit on even the stuff that we enjoy? What is wrong with him?
I'm going to do it again.
Let's hear it.
Nah, I don't need to reiterate too much, but I find it sad that like Khalil Roundtree has like climbed up from a career as being a sort of busted flush and a fighter that couldn't maintain and who lost to not very good fighters despite being a physically overwhelming force. And being one of those guys, you see him and you get the impression that he's just deep down, he's just like quite a gentle soul who just happens to be extremely good at, like extremely physically capable at fighting.
Yep.
And he's gone through this entire journey of like trying to improve himself and multiple technical transformations where he's tried on different looks to see what he could do. And he's tried so hard.
He went from...
And then Yuri Prochaska turns up and he's just like, my advantage is that I'm insane.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never had any doubts about what I need to do or what I'm doing. And I haven't developed much technically at all.
My training camp was
prove that,
reading Musashi's
and I'm going to get
Book of the Five Rings on the bus.
Yeah. Whether I won or lost this fight wouldn't really make any difference to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to win anyway because I'm a lunatic.
Yeah.
I did find it like philosophically upsetting.
Roundtree Roundtree legitimately went from like glass cannon also ran to genuine contender. He has put in so much work to become a very good fighter. And Yuri Prochaska is also the fact that Yuri Prochaska spent the first 2 rounds like looking like he'd never fought before. Fucking around in like a weird stance, trying all the stupidest attacks, and then he just turned it on in the simplest possible way in the 3rd round. He also waited till the 3rd round to try throwing a combination of punches and instantly started the tragically long process of knocking Khalil Roundtree out the moment he did that. There's I loved it when you didn't. Because I just expected it. I don't know how you weren't prepared for it to happen, but I do understand.
Because it's philosophically repulsive outcome. I still thought it was going to happen. I still thought Yuri was probably going to win, but I was like, maybe the world will be better than this.
So, a strong contender, yeah. Cody Gibson versus Damon Blackshear is not one that many people will probably remember, but it was Cody Gibson coming out against somebody with just a massive physical advantage. And yet, Gibson was like, he had worked on his boxing. He's putting combinations. He's hitting the body. It's really clicking. And then Damon Blackshear just kind of invites him to wrestle, and everything falls apart.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of Gibson making the mistake in that one too, but it's also just so unfair that like you're forced to confront the very slim margin for error that a guy like Cody Gibson has to work with. And then Jake Matthews, Neil Magny. Why did you add that one?
I like that one because it's an inversion of expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Because you look at it on paper, and you're like, yeah, it's a fight where Jake Matthews did well, and he picked up a couple rounds on Neil Magny, and then Neil Magny came back and destroyed him. And you just be like, that looks, on paper, exactly like how you would expect a worst brain thinking by Jake Matthews fight to go. But that's the truly tragic thing about it, is that Jake Matthews actually fought a pretty good fight.
Yep.
He did not dive into the clinch. He clearly knew what he had to be doing. He was trying to maintain his distance.
Mm-hmm. He put a ton of pressure on Magny against the fence.
Yep.
I think he worked his legs a little. He hit clean takedowns and did good work from top position, which grappling
all
Magny.
All the things you should do to beat Neil Magny. Pressure, low kicks, wrestling.
And very nearly submitted him, if not for some referee fuckery.
Yeah. And then Neil Magny beat him not due to, not because Jake Matthews had tired himself out in the clinch or anything, but simply because Neil Magny went berserk.
He did.
And in a Yuri Prochaska, but less predictable manner.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this is actually my pick, just because it's such a because Khalil Roundtree, he was just going to fight his own. He was just going to, he was just trying to fight his best fight, right? He was approaching Yuri Prochaska pretty much the same way he approached Jamal Hill. He was just like, I should just fight this guy, and my technique will win out, and I will kick his legs when they're there. But Jake Matthews came out, and he actually did all the anti-Neil Magny elements.
Yeah. Even with the use of his wrestling, which earlier this year we were talking about how that had vanished from his game. He showed it in a bout with Chidi and Njokuani, and then brought it out very effectively again for the Neil Magny fight.
Yeah.
And really
in a way that made sense.
Dipping deep into his bag of tricks to make that strategy happen.
Yeah. So, I think it's as much as I like Neil Magny and stuff, this one was actually a weirdly tragic outcome for Jake Matthews. Because honestly, from a game plan perspective, he did everything right. And I think it's sort of the ideal of what you look for in this award.
I agree.
You have a completely game planable opponent. You did everything right for that game planable opponent, and then something just went out of control and you lost anyway. Yeah.
You took an IQ test and you did all your studying and preparation, and then you scored an 85,
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also, usually the strategy is for losers award. It frequently features an athletic cheater just breaking the rules of the game. I think that's not that that is the case for Prochaska Roundtree. Both are incredible athletes. Gibson Blackshear definitely has that flavor, but Jake Matthews, Neil Magny has so little of that flavor that it kind of makes it more profound, because Neil Magny is old. He is an IQ test opponent in so many ways. It's not like he had to leverage his like old man strength or his crazy natural power or something. It really gives the fight the feeling of the gods themselves conspiring against Jake Matthews, or perhaps just one god in particular. Teaching Jake Matthews an important and humbling lesson. And Jake, I think it's time for the Hodge. I think it's time.
Yep.
All right. Congratulations, Jake. You couldn't beat an old man.
It's this is at least one of our more complimentary awards. It's like,
yeah, he did his homework.
Lots of people, this award was one we give to people who had genuinely done their homework and got fucked over. And I think for Jake Matthews in that fight, that's all you can say. Like, you just be like, you absolutely did your best.
What can you do? Supernatural forces conspired to undo all of your hard work. It is what it is.
Yep.
All right. That brings us to our next award. This is a big one. A little teaser of the good shit to come later in the show. This is worst brain thinking in a fight.
Nothing in my brain or my body, it's fucking so hard to explain. For whatever reason, my brain was like, fuck you.
This is this is really one of the landmark awards of the Handies, I think. We spend all year kind of noticing when terrible brain thinking is displayed. The nominees are Juliana Pena dares Kayla Harrison to destroy her. Michelle Pereira gasses while waiting for Abusupian Magomedov to gas. Dricus du Plessis shows Khamzat Chimaev the power of South African wrestling. Alex Pereira canters his way to a decision loss against Magomed Ankalaev. Convinced he can't tangle with Renier de Ritter on the ground, Bo Nickel chooses to die on his feet. No one told Daniel Marcos that Montel Jackson was tall. Caio Bahalio is allergic to combinations versus Nasruddin Imavov. The dog ate Zhang Weili's homework for Valentina Shevchenko. And Virna Jandiroba, her plan, 1, hit takedowns, 2, ? 3, profit. A loaded category. This was a year of bad decisions.
Ooh. Yeah.
Bad decisions. Some of these are in-fight bad decisions. Some of them are complete misses on preparation. 3 of them, in fact, the top 3, are kind of a kind for me. Juliana Pena, Michelle Pereira, and Dricus du Plessis all seemed to come into a fight with an opponent who had a reputation for a limited gas tank, and their plan seemed to be 3 different versions of do nothing and wait for them to get tired, which worked exactly as well for all 3 of them.
Yeah, which makes it really tricky.
Yeah. What's the standout there? It's hard to say.
Yeah. I think there's so many really bad ones. I mean, Dricus looked like he'd simply never wrestled before.
That was astounding. That was really, I can't. It's almost
like
with Juliana Pena and Kayla Harrison, you're like, okay, if she's going to have a plan where she just kind of waits and does nothing, of course she's going to lose. It was a real shock. I know he's a mess, but I have a higher standard in my mind for Dricus.
Yeah, it's the fact that like he'll be in these fights and he's actually hitting takedowns on people. He's submitting Israel Adesanya. He's hitting weird, as well as throwing himself on his own face. He's hitting weird Baroque, like
he beat up Robert Whittaker on the ground.
You're like, oh, he's actually got a sort of weird knack for grappling.
Yeah.
But but he's also just someone who's got to send each message to his limbs manually. Yeah. And that means he clearly just has no balance. He just can't defend takedowns. And we hadn't seen that because, he's one of 2 wrestlers in this division.
Because his previous wrestling-based opponent was Derek Brunson.
Yeah.
A fight which, looking back, as I believe you said at the time, probably should have tipped us off as to what might happen here. But still,
it did tip me off. But I was like, I can't pick this guy to be a wrestler. I cannot.
You were right. But I think, didn't know just how right you were. Like the idea that you
100% no.
The idea that you would be booked with Khamzat Chimaev and for all intensive purposes appear to be surprised when he starts hitting takedowns. That's some next level brain thinking.
Yeah. And it was just like, a round went by and he was like, well, now I'm going to be able to get him. And Khamzat just looks absolutely fine.
Yeah. And this is the true, the brain thinking side of it too, is that he has a sort of, how should I say, a dog-like self-belief and optimism, which somehow perseveres through the whole fight. It like him being in the first round and being like, now I've got it. Still, at that point in the fight, just goes to show how misguided his game plan was from the start. He really believed. I mean,
this is the thing, is that in that fifth round, there is, he hulks Khamzat off him, and then is suddenly has moments of actual success. And, if he'd been able to do anything with that, he would have won. He would have won. Hey, that worked for the rest of time.
Absolutely, yes.
That would have been the hey, that worked award for shitty game plans that triumphed.
Yeah.
It would have been DJ's flying armbar on Ray Borg. It just would have been you're just never finding anything to beat that ever.
Mm-hmm.
But as it was, the line between worst brain thinking and hey, that worked was not that thin this time.
It was bold. Yeah. It also, when he does get that top position for a minute in round 5, doesn't he then give up position to go for a guillotine?
Something like that. To be fair, he has to go for something.
You got to do something, but still,
he's not gonna...
finally being in a good position and giving it away is sort of a staple of worst brain thinking winners.
Yep.
A Cyril Gahn type move against Francis Ngannou, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What other ones are there here? Caio Borralho, I think that's just a technical limitation of him as a fighter.
Yeah.
Fina Jandiroba, I mean, she just can't physically hang with Mackenzie Dern. Yeah.
Physical limitation, yeah. And also just kind of getting out-dogged by Dern, who just knows she has no reason to fear.
Yeah, you're just getting constantly just out-punched and out-muscled, despite the fact that it's actually quite a competitive fight and truly a horrendous fight to watch.
I think Bo Nickel is a strong contender.
Yeah?
Bo Nickel fighting Renier de Ridder, it being the first opponent in his career that he has reasons to question the wisdom of hitting a takedown, and then choosing to rely on the rest of his game, which at the time fully did not exist, did not have a striking game. That's pretty cool. It ended up being what I think he will remember for the rest of his career as a critical wake-up moment. Because we're going to see Bo Nickel later on in the most improved category. Legitimately, he made such strides after this loss, but he had to make such terrible decisions. And that's worst brain thinking in a unearned confidence kind of way. A bit like the Dricus one. Bo Nickel went into that fight thinking he had solved MMA to some extent. And then was just shown brutally that he had no idea what he was doing.
Yep.
So,
we do have to kind of shout out Zhang Weili.
Yeah.
Having rewatched this, I mean, particularly
as
given the fact that
noted game planner, right?
Yeah, I mean that's sort of like Dricus, right? Mm-hmm. Is that both of these you approached it with the confidence.
Mm-hmm.
That you were no matter what happens, I know this person is coming in. In Drika's cases, you're it's going to be a weird game plan, but they will have genuinely thought about this. They will have ideas for how to beat this opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Because, Dricus has proven himself to be a thinking fighter, and then he completely screws it up. But Zhang Weili, we know that they have a great camp there. We know that they come up with tremendous game plans. And, watching that fight, again, it is one of those fights where you watch it and you find yourself thinking, I just don't know if she's technically equipped to win this fight.
Yep.
I just don't think she has the tools, because she's getting overpowered in the clinch and she absolutely cannot fight at range.
Yeah.
But I cannot believe that their plan in this fight did not involve takedowns.
Maybe it did. I mean, that's the thing with it. It's such a disappointing performance. It's kind of difficult to assess what their plan even was. Yeah. It's Zhang Weili, so we know they had one. That's really what puts the point on how bad the preparation must have been.
Yeah.
We know they planned, and she just got nothing done against Valentina for 5 rounds.
Yeah. But even if she'd been shooting takedowns and getting just hip tossed, or whatever, or beaten up in the clinch, I would have found it more
that would be something
understandable than and losing that way. I would have found it more understandable than all the parts of the fight where it just seemed like she was hanging out at range and waiting for something to counter.
Yeah.
Because that was simply never, ever, ever, ever going to work.
She came in with a game plan, and then within 3 minutes appeared to be in a position where she was forced to make everything up as she went. I mean, that's bad.
Yeah. I might be the winner,
Yeah.
Just because it was such an incredible shocker to see Zhang Weili look like they didn't, her and her team did not have an answer.
Yeah.
It might have to be Zhang Weili. It's between her and Dricus.
And Dricus
was, Dricus is a similar thing. As I said, proved that they could game plan and didn't.
But Dricus is a technical mess too. It's not quite as surprising to be Dricus came to the fight probably thinking he could wrestle and probably had practiced it, and then he's just such an uncoordinated buffoon that none of it worked and he couldn't even read the takedowns. I do want to give a last minute shout out to Alex Pereira, who had one of the all-time bad strategic performances in his first bout with Magomed Ankalaev. I know it came out that he was dealing with an injury or a staph infection or something, and if you really lean into that explanation, then you can look at their rematch and be like, yeah, that's what it looks like when Alex Pereira is. But I would also point out that even if he was not in great shape, he approached the second fight with Ankalaev completely differently.
Yep.
Even a worse for wear Alex Pereira could have tried to put some pressure on Ankalaev. And if he was so injured that he knew his only approach to the fight was going to be to back off and get cornered again and again and again, against a guy who really isn't doing that much, then that's kind of his fault.
Yep.
But truly, I mean, there's so many points in that fight where it's okay, now Pereira, surely he must realize he has to wake up and simply do something, because he's just consenting to lose a decision, and he never had that moment. He just kind of let it happen. So that's in the conversation too.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of Zhang against Shevchenko, though. There's other aspects. It's up a weight class. Shevchenko, we know, is brutishly strong even for her size. So going up a weight class to fight her, we've already seen in the past how difficult that aspect of it is. But it's not when Ioana and Jacek.
It's worth remembering.
Yes.
One of Valentina's first truly impressive performances was her just basically dismantling Holly Holm.
That's
who
true.
Is a giant bantamweight who fought at 145 and herself monstrously strong. And Shevchenko handled her in the clinch rather easily. Yep. She is not only, technically good there, she is very, very strong.
However, when Ioana Jędrzejczyk moved up to fight Valentina Shevchenko, the strength and power difference was on full display, but Ioana adapted. Ioana worked her way into that fight, and by the end, it was kind of 50-50 competitive at worst. Mm-hmm. Zhang had nothing. Like, yes, she was dealing with the size and strength advantage, but also, was she not aware that was going to be a thing? Like, what was the plan? It's inscrutable.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it has to be Zhang Weili.
Yeah, I think just for the disappointment factor.
Kind of hurts me to say it, to accuse her of worst-brained thinking, but I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah. That's why. Also, what I was thinking. I would much rather give it to Dricus, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
because I can laugh at him, and I don't want to laugh at. I don't want to give Zhang a mean award. But she's just been great up until this point, and it was so disappointing.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, congrats. I'm sorry. Zhang Weili, you seem like a great lady, Please forgive me, but let's move on to our next category. This is Phil's to read.
Excellent. I'm happy to get this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everyone, dig your rotting chicken carcasses out of the trash. It's time for the Safarov Award for Strategic Foulness.
I can tell you this. I didn't expect it to be as disgusting and as gross as it was.
Don your yellow-tinged long underwear, which are full of holes.
It's time to get disgusting with it.
Comb your beard with that fishbone you found in the alley beside your apartment. It's time to get Safarov.
Right. So the nominees are Cyril Gahn says, "I'm about to ruin this man's whole career."
Did we say what the award
with
was?
With zero irony.
Yeah.
The Safarov Award for Strategic Foulness.
Okay. Yeah, now please, Cyril Gahn, go on.
Cyril Gahn says, "I'm about to ruin this man's whole career." And he's not saying it with any kind of irony or braggadocio. He's just making a factual statement.
I'm about to destroy a man's livelihood.
Yep. Manel Cup hits the eye poke combo on Asu Almabayev. Mike Malott takes a mallet to Kevin Holland's balls. Very strong performance there.
Mm-hmm.
Rodolfo Bellato does his best LeBron after a Paul Craig upkick. And finally, just showing that he's still here, that this is still his place in MMA.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Chandler, it's the temerity to complain about Paddy Pimblett hitting the back of his head.
Y'all must have forgotten.
Yep. Like a true, one of the things that makes Chandler a true artist is his incredible, shining,
hypocrisy,
almost divine level of hypocrisy. Yes.
Yeah. It's not, I wish there were a better Chandler, he really spiritually feels like he should be the man to win the Safarov every year. He is one of the most down low, grimy, scummy motherfuckers to walk the earth. Unfortunately, all he had this year was sort of a punctuation mark for a career's worth of shameful behavior, shameful and shameless. But there's something beautiful about Michael Chandler appealing to the rules when it's him in trouble. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of beautiful. But I don't think it's enough to win.
Him and Saperbeck would make a tremendous buddy cop.
Absolutely.
Team. And that Michael Chandler would be looking clean cut and muscular and so on. And Safarov would be fishing food out from under his talons and eating it while looking like a suspect.
Looking like he spent the winter inside of a horse carcass for warmth.
Yes, but then they would both, in fact, be bad cop. You would realize that they are both, in fact, equally as disgusting. That'd be great.
Bad cop, bad cop. Just an interview scene in the interrogation room where Michael Chandler is grabbing the guy by the collars and then Safarov tears him away, but then spits in the guy's face. It's just police brutality, really. That's all that's happening here.
And then Michael Chandler just blows his nose in the guy's mouth. Yeah, amazing.
But I don't think he can win. I think it's too much of like a esoteric nomination for Chandler this year, given his past body of work.
It's just like it's a lifetime achievement guy, just like showing up as a cameo to be like, never forget, you guys, what the pinnacle of fouling really is.
You stand on the shoulders of a 5'6" giant.
Yep. So this one is all about like impact versus the cleanness of what it's meant to do. Because I think as far as like strategic foulness goes, the idea of like winning a fight through fouling, Mike Malott kind of has this one.
Yeah.
Because the obvious answer is like Cyril Gahn, right? I mean, it's the foul of the year. It's completely destroyed the pathetic remnants of the UFC's plans for the heavyweight division.
Yep. Literally, quite possibly derailed the career of one of the only promising fighters to grace that division since Francis Ngannou made his debut.
Yep.
I mean, a huge impact on the division and the sport.
Yeah. But I think, like, strategically...
Yeah, I think it was an accident, is the thing.
Yeah.
I just think he's bad.
Strategically, it was an accident, and it was dumb, because that was the best that Cyril Gahn looked for ages.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was
all
winning.
Of the stuff about, like, he was picking Aspinall apart. No, he wasn't. But he was doing some stuff.
He was winning, I think. He was not crushing Tom
I don't
Aspinall,
think he was... I don't even know that he was winning, if I'm completely honest.
I mean, I agree with you. It was close. People were going way too far. But just to say that Cyril Gahn was certainly not in a bad position.
Yeah, it was looking okay.
Yeah.
And, we're talking someone who's literally never been extended in a fight versus someone whose main thing is like a jab and... It's like a jab and some body work. Like
he had a reason to think this is only going to get better as this fight goes on.
Yeah. So from the strategic perspective, he kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mike Malott, this was and also Manal Cup, eye poke combo. That's good. It's good strategic fouling, but it was also a fight you were going to win anyway.
Yeah, technical precision for the fouls, but. Yeah, Mike Malott was actually getting shellacked by Kevin Holland before he punted him in the nutsack.
Yeah, and, this is good strategically for a bunch of reasons. Kevin Holland is obviously, like, borderline immortal.
Mm-hmm.
But he has an Achilles dick and balls.
His mother dipped him in the river Styx,
holding him
by his
crotch,
penis. Yes. The prophecy foretells he can only be defeated by a shot to the cock and balls. Yeah, Mike
Malott found where he was vulnerable, and he just attacked that spot over and over again. Credit to Kevin for continuing to fight.
But it really changed strategically. It changed the whole flow of the fight. It was a critical moment. Yeah. Somebody told Mike Malott, some guys have uncrackable chins, but everybody can be hurt to the body. And Mike said, I'll do you one better.
Yep.
Have you thought of this? Thunk.
Yep.
So, I think, Mike Malott, certainly the most strategically vital foul of the year.
Yeah, not too much artistry to it, Michael Chandler would have been looking at that and he would have been like, it ain't pretty.
Yeah.
But it is effective. And I think that's what Michael Chandler would want.
Yeah. Michael Chandler would be saying, I mean, you know, I personally would have deposited some effluvia in his open mouth, but, you know, shot to the groin. It's a classic.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you just want to, like, as he's doubling over from the kick to the groin, you want to, like, just grab him and then, like, vomit in his ear.
Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been the cherry on top. But, you know, Mike Malott, a minimalist, and I can respect that. Keeping it simple, you know?
From one Michael to another. Good job.
Yeah, respect. Okay. That brings us to our next award and one of the final selections for this second category before we get into the real meat of the show. This is the most improved.
Once it's over and you get into to the sauna or whatever you do, you feel the effects of this for the rest of the day. And it is completely addicting.
And this one is also a surprisingly stacked category. We have The Sweet Life of Peyton Talbot. We have Fares Ziam, and I've made a note. He is currently on a 6-fight win streak, the last loss being Terrence McKinney. If that doesn't say growth, I don't know what does. Edmund Shabazian has won 3 fights this year, one of them a 3-round decision.
No.
Chris Duncan, former meathead brawler turned minimalist Dustin Poirier clone. Carly Judici, really cool boxing game, and she's gaining confidence in that. Bo Nickel, exclamation point. Bo Nickel got way, way better. I also have Lupi Godinez, Ayman Zahabi, and Sergey Pavlovich, a heavyweight with a game plan? So what do we think? I mean, I think there are a lot of good contenders here. I think the standout for me is Peyton Talbot.
Yeah, has to be, right?
This year saw Peyton Talbot lose to one of the best old man performances. A real prospect-killing fraud check kind of fight against Tony Barcelos, where the thing that was exposed was his lack of depth in the wrestling department. And in his very next fight, he fought a very good opponent in Felipe Lima, had already completely solved his wrestling problems, but as a result, the rest of the game kind of wasn't clicking. His next fight after that was against Olympic gold medalist in wrestling, Henry Cejudo. Yes, he's old and so on and so forth. But not only was the wrestling there, he also beat Henry Cejudo's ass while stopping all his takedowns. It was a huge arc of growth for Peyton Talbot in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I think genuinely impressive. He went from looking like a pretty poor wrestler against Honey Barcelos to being, a good one, and then to integrating it relatively seamlessly into his offense in a way that, like, not many fighters actually do over the course of their entire careers. Right. And he did this over a 3-fight period. Genuinely very, very, very impressive. Yeah. I do want to give a shout out to Sergey Pavlovich for obvious reasons, which is that he is out there single-handedly for, probably no actual reward, because he's not going to get anything for this, because most of these performances suck from a visual perspective. But he's out there saving us, man. Mm-hmm. He saved us from Jairzinho Rosenstrike, from having to talk about Jairzinho Rosenstrike main events, for having to see Jairzinho Rosenstrike highlight reels, because Sergey Pavlovich went out there and he changed from being a guy who just sort of flailed his big giant arms around a whole bunch. He went to around and he was like, what if I use my giant arms to just lower my level and just jab people in the face? Mm-hmm. Because if I can knock people out instantaneously with the big giant swings, I just jab them, it'll probably hurt them a bunch. Mm-hmm. And he did that to Jairzinho Rosenstrike. God bless him, he did it to Waldo Cortes-acosta.
Yeah. With one four-door sedan-sized hand, he held back the tide of Waldo Cortes-Acosta. He is, in fact, responsible for Acosta's only loss in a 5-fight calendar year.
Yeah. And that is honestly something that speaks to me a lot, because Sergey Pavlovich was mostly like, he was just some variation on the Derek Lewis thing. He's just like or, even Shane Carwin, or, he's the guy that just comes along and he just hits. Yeah, he just hits super hard, and every question you ask when he's up against an opponent is just like, oh yeah, is he going to knock this guy out? If not, he probably ain't going to win. And to see him change from being like the worst heavyweight archetype to being someone who's actually going out there trying to control fights and win them, and to see him doing so against fighters that I never want to see again, I just want to say, I see you, Sergey Pavlovich, and I appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do. But I am also probably going to vote for Peyton Talbot.
Yeah, a couple others that are worth mentioning. I mean, Ayman Zahabi has had a really impressive year. A guy who started in the UFC as like the clearly inferior brother has now become like a contender. I mean, that is a huge level of growth. Lupe Godinez is out there fully integrating her game at a much slower pace than Peyton Talbot, but, fair play, she's not Peyton Talbot. She's not that level of natural athlete, natural fighter. She's gotten really good. I gotta say, if it's not Peyton Talbot, I also think Bo Nickel really deserves some shine. Because Bo Nickel had one of the most embarrassing losses imaginable to Rainier de Ridder. From talking so much shit, such a height of arrogance to utter humiliation. And since we're grading Sergey Pavlovich on a curve, I think we got to grade Bo Nickel on a curve too. Given where he started and how little he showed against Rainier de Ridder, he looked like somebody who knew how to fight against Rodolfo Vieira. He really genuinely leveled up massively. He's not an amazing fighter still, but he started from a place of pure athletic cheaterism and turned into somebody who looks like a real MMA fighter circa 2004.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
That genuinely was pretty impressive. But I would still, for me, I would probably still put him in third place behind Sergey Pavlovich because he hasn't beaten anyone that I don't want to see anymore.
Yeah. Peyton Talbot, though.
If Bo Nickel somehow beats Joe Pyfer.
Now we're talking.
Or Kelvin Gastelum.
Now we're talking. That might be in the future. That might be in the cards.
Yeah, he probably should call for a fight with Kelvin Gastelum, to be honest.
Yeah. But I think it's Peyton Talbot. I just think he's a shoo-in, honestly. As stacked as the category is, he, as you said before, he basically had what is for even a better than average MMA fighter, a career's worth of technical and strategic progression happened within 9 months. It's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, as I said, like every time this has happened before in my MMA watching career, every time I have seen someone do that and that kind of thing, I simply just go, okay, they are winning a belt.
Yep. Same.
Someone who can do that is simply championship material.
Yep, 100%. I will be shocked if Peyton Talbot doesn't win a belt at this point.
Yep.
All right. That concludes. Congratulations, Peyton. May your sweet life continue to grow sweeter and sweeter. And that brings us to the final award of the strategy section. Phil, take it away.
Well, this is the most, inverted commas, improved award.
You would think that these people would put $1 in the shoe or $5 in the shoe. No, they don't. So you're down here shining, sometimes 100 pairs of shoes.
For fighters, that think they are getting better and are getting worse. This is for the men that have looked into the abyss of MMA and found the solution as being right at the bottom of being capital T technical.
Indeed.
And the nominees are Steve Erceg, now aware of the problem, unable to fix it. Marvin Vettori, changed camps, completely forgot how to fight. Dominic Reyes, thought he had it back, then he fought a hunk. This one's tough.
It is.
You know what I want to you know what I think it kind of has to be? Kind of does have to be Marvin Vettori.
Yeah, I had the same thought. I mean, the pushback in my mind is that Marvin Vettori is also old. I mean, he's not old, but he's had a long career, so I think you can attribute some of what we've been seeing to that probably. But it's very clear he had his whole UFC career at King's MMA. And honestly, given what Marvin Vettori has to work with, which is a granite chin, hands that weigh 2.5 ounces apiece, and 4 brain cells.
Yep.
He
4 brain cells inside a head, which is, 90% skull.
Yes. Given all of these factors, King's MMA brought him so far as you could possibly hope for Marvin Vettori.
A title shot, did it not?
Title fight. Yeah. It brought Marvin Vettori to the brink of greatness. And then he was like, I didn't win that. It's time to change camps. And now he's on a 3-fight skid where he has looked worse than ever in each successive bout.
Yeah.
Including a loss to Roman Dolidze, who he beat the last time they fought.
Yep. He is officially just getting worse. Yeah, that's why I feel like it has to be him. For the other nominees, like Steve Erceg, I mean, he's just in an unfortunate place where he's just lost confidence in his game. That's also what's happened with Marvin Vettori. But like the idea of Steve Erceg like being a technical outside fighter, kind of on some levels makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not super able to do it, but at least he's an accurate, clean puncher with good shot selection, etc. Marvin Vettori is a 5-foot-tall middleweight who's mostly head. Like
yes.
he can't fight from the outside. His arms are a foot long.
Yeah. Marvin Vettori is like a badly poured beer, mostly head.
Yeah. It's just never going to work. Like, this is the thing, is that Steve Erceg might be one of these guys where he has growing pains, and they might last for quite a long time, but probably at the end of it, he'd be a pretty good outside fighter. He's still pretty young.
Yeah, it's not
Marvin
guaranteed.
Vettori, Marvin Vettori, a technical outside fighter, is suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic Reyes, I mean, again, this one's kind of tough because he's just battling confidence issues, and it had been working a bit for him because he'd been fighting, small, unathletic people that he could just dust.
He got Nikita Krylov at the beginning,
who's clearly, on his way out. His main physical gift, which is his durability, has gone, which means that he's again no longer functional. But yeah, and then Dominic Reyes just fought Carl Solberg and was like, "Damn, that man's just very sexy.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can beat him." And he was correct.
He was correct. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, it's a different conception of most improved, that one, because Reyes, it's entirely confidence. He didn't become more capital T technical or more actually technical. Nothing in his game really changed at all. It's just that he kind of got his groove back when they started feeding him more cans.
Yep.
And then, he fought a guy with a almost perfectly square jawline and just broke inside.
Yep. As many of us would.
Yeah. I'm willing to test it out. Carlos Solberg, if you want to book a date, either for a fight or coffee. We can find out how my confidence does under duress.
Probably really badly. Just whimper and run away.
It's nice to meet you. I don't mean meet like a penis. I mean, I'm gonna have a meet cute with Carlos Ulberg.
And now that phrase has a horribly different different meaning now that you've said that.
Yeah, I have me and Carlos Ulberg had a schmeat cute.
But yeah, I think it's Marvin Vittori to get away from the simmering homoeroticism.
Yeah.
Urseg, it might work. Dominic, it was never going to work.
Yeah.
Carlos Ulberg's too handsome. Marvin Vittori, suicide.
What the fuck were you thinking? Like, oh my god, you needed Rafael Cordero so bad. You thought you were better than him. It's crazy. All right. Well, congrats, Marvin. This is, unfortunately, perhaps the last thing you're ever going to win. So I hope it's satisfying to you. And that concludes the strategy section of the 2025 Handies. And that brings us to, at last, the good shit. The weird stuff category. It's time for the worst fight of the year award.
Here's the problem that I'm seeing with some of these fights.
And the nominees are, well, first up, I simply wrote, how can you even choose anymore? There were a lot of bad fights this year, but we'll get into that.
Boy.
Anthony Joshua versus one of the Paul brothers. Joe Pyfer versus Kelvin Gastelum. Alonzo Menefield versus Umar Sy. Dricus du Plessis versus Khamzat Chimaev, and Valentina Shevchenko versus Zhang Weili. Just to start, let me say that we have worst fight. After this, we're going to have best bad fight, right? And we understand the distinction. It's the same as with like B movies.
Mm-hmm.
The vast majority of bad movies are simply boring. And when you think of like an iconic bad movie, what you're actually thinking of is the most entertaining a movie can be while still being very poorly made.
Yeah.
And the same dichotomy exists with good fights and good bad fights. But even then, there is a line between what we might select for worst fight and so much of the shit the UFC fed us this year. Like there's stratification. There's a lack of parity because there are countless, dozens and dozens of UFC undercard fights on Apex cards and even on the travel cards that we've gotten this year, which are simply so bad that they leave no impression whatsoever on your memory.
Yep.
Just a total time sink with no benefits whatsoever. So there are truly so many fights that could have been included here. These are all the ones that actually stand out as being bad while also meeting the bare minimum of significance that they stick in your mind. But of the selection that we have, Phil, what are your thoughts?
We had this when we watched the bad title fights that depressed us, because basically what I ended up saying is that after every one of them that we watched, after Dricus versus Khamzat, after Shevchenko Weili, what was even the third one that we watched? Was it was Dern versus Jandiroba, wasn't it?
Jandiroba.
After every one of them, I was like, or before every one of them as it started up, I was like, maybe this one's the worst one.
Yeah.
Because they all came in slightly different flavors of horrific. Like, du Plessis Khamzat, why is this so bad? It's because if you know anything about these two guys, you know that the one thing you are guaranteed is some kind of action. I'm not saying Dricus hasn't had some terrible fights. He's had fights with Sean Strickland, which were pretty bad. They weren't good fights.
Can you hear that, by the way?
Weren't.
Your explanation here is being underscored by my cat making some of the most hideous noises.
Oh, is it yowling again?
Jesus Christ. He's reinventing the genre. But anyway, sorry, proceed. That was just hard to focus on what you were saying while that was happening. We'll see if the mic picked that up. Please, go on.
Yeah, at least Drekus, Drekus is almost always fun, or at least weird and, some kind of fun.
Yeah.
Hamza is always fun.
Yeah.
Whether he's destroying people or, gassing out and having a war, he's just always fun. And these two combined for a fight which just sucked.
Yeah.
It just sucked because Drekus couldn't, again, watching it, you're just you just realize, Hamza's just a robot. And in previous fights, he's just been programmed to just kill.
Yeah.
And then it hasn't worked, and he's basically done the equivalent of the robot blundering into the wall, and punching through it and disappearing. But this time they programmed the robot, and they were just we've gassed and struggled a bit. We're not going to have that happen.
Yeah, they patched him.
Win rounds. They were just win rounds, and he was like,
yes.
Okay, order accepted. The
initiating
little
round
scrap
winning.
of paper. The little scrap of paper that controlled the golem was put inside him, and it said, win rounds. And he was like, well, I can win those by just sitting on top of him. Yep. It was awful.
Yeah.
Shevchenko Weili Zhang, again, terrible because soul-destroying, because you were watching such a bright spot in women's MMA get destroyed by the old evil.
Yeah.
And the only bright moment in watching this was thinking about how much it would upset you personally.
Yeah.
That it would be more than me.
Yeah.
But that was all there was. The only other thing there was to find out to be happy about. You were just I really like Weili Zhang and I don't like Valentina Shevchenko, and she's winning really easily.
Mm-hmm.
And all the things I like about Weili Zhang are just not here in this.
And
fight.
when Valentina Shevchenko's winning easily, it ain't fun to watch.
Nope.
By definition.
She's never had the win rounds portion. The win rounds are a bit of paper replaced.
That's written in stone.
That's carved in there. All of those were dreadful. Joe Pyfer, Kelvin Gastelum, it sucked, but it wasn't as spiritually disruptive as ever. In some ways, that was even close to being good bad because it was kind of funny.
Very funny.
Just it's probably more close to good bad because you're just watching this giant athletic freak just being. It's like watching someone being completely baffled by a put the shapes into the slots box puzzle.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, 15 feet away, a crow is solving the puzzles at rapid speed, and he's just scratching his big dopey head. Yeah, we've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas.
Square hole.
That can't
How
be
the
right.
two go?
Yeah.
So it was kind of funny. Anthony Joshua versus the Paul.
Paul A. or
yeah, obviously completely dreadful. Joshua looking horrific.
It's kind of a sham of a fight, really.
Yeah, Jake Paul simply fleeing for most of it, as people said. What was it they said that he did he last longer than Conor did against Floyd or something like that?
I don't know.
But he clearly had just no plan for winning this fight aside from. I mean, it was a very MMA performance, really.
Yeah.
He was literally, I am going to run away from this person.
Yeah.
And then get him to overcommit and chase me, and then I will try and punch him when he's running at me. And then I will shoot for takedowns.
Yeah. I mean, you could say
to get him off me.
You could say what was he going to do that would have worked, but it doesn't change the fact that it was a terrible thing to watch.
Yeah.
He accepted the fight. He made it happen. So it's his fault, one way or the other.
Yeah. It was a weird thing that he accepted anyway. Again, I just found it I found it bizarre because the rest of his career has been so calculated. Everyone comes within a Venn diagram of 3 overlapping circles of old, small, and shit at striking.
I was going to say MMA fighter, but same thing.
Yeah. And they're all, and they'd always be in at least one of those, and sometimes all 3. And to just then fight someone who's much bigger than him, and also actually good at boxing, and in the prime of their career just seemed like utter insanity. But I think it was just that his brain has been converted into and his entire life has been converted into a machine for recycling attention into money and back again, that he was just well, there's too much attention and money to not do this, and it just got his face exploded.
He did get the money and attention, though, so mission accomplished.
Yeah. Really. Yeah. But also, I think he, again, if I had however much money he has, I don't think I would get my jaw exploded for that much.
No, I might buy a lake house, personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe invest.
But yeah, terrible. I don't know, what was the most spiritually... I think it's Dricus Hamzat. I think it's probably the worst, because, Joshua Paul was... It was dreadful, but it's like Tyson Paul. It's like anyone who went into this expecting any less should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah. Shevchenko Zhang was tactically dispiriting, but also it was just a Valentina Shevchenko fight.
Yeah.
But Duplessis Hamzat, it's like 2 guys that are really fun combining to have a fucking appalling fight.
Yeah, I suppose that does track. I was gonna push for Shevchenko Zhang, actually, because of what a monumental disappointment it was. But Duplessis Chimaev was equal disappointment, just in a different plane.
Yeah.
It's not, for Weili Zhang, it's okay, we expect her to come up with something. What are her ideas? And then we find out she has nothing. And then it just becomes an interminable Shevchenko fight, which ends with a little twirling and dancing. So it the disappointment is that it becomes exactly what you probably should have expected all along.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose there's an element of that to Chimaev Duplessis too, but also the fact that Chimaev was for the first time in his career able to commit to that round winning strategy. And so it truly was a fight where just the same thing happened over and over and over again. Yep. Which is, by the way, why we did not include Makhachev versus Della Maddalena on this list, which I imagine many people did have on their lists, or were at least considered, because that fight, while it largely has the same shape as Chimaev Duplessis, there is a sense of progression and depth to it. There is a sense that if it kept going, things would have gotten worse and worse and worse, because they did over the course of the 5 rounds that we saw. For Chimaev, things did not get worse and worse and worse for Dricus. He just kept him in the exact same place until the very end, when he kind of started to lose track of it. And it just didn't matter anyway. So, I'm happy with that.
And Makhachev is he kind of dismantles Della Maddalena in multiple ways.
Yeah, there's so much more to it.
And Della Maddalena, for his part, is actually trying to do things from the back, and Makhachev is trying to progress more. There is more of a battle going on. Yeah, Dricus, it seems, is just simply trying to survive.
JDM was defending. He was creating scrambles. Everything was getting worse for him, in part because he was fighting back. Dricus, truly, as we said before, under the worst brain thinking, he really seems to have come into the fight to the extent that he was prepared to get completely out-wrestled by Chimaev. He does seem to have convinced himself that at some point Chimaev would simply run out of steam just on his own. He offered nothing, no resistance. That's for Dricus Duplessis to offer no resistance. I mean, can you imagine a greater disappointment? That's rough. So congrats, Drikas and Khamzat. You have had two of the most dazzlingly entertaining MMA careers, both of you individually, and you combined to produce a stinking pile of shit.
Yep. The worst fight in one of the worst years in recent memory. Good job, guys.
That brings us to our next award. This is the counterpart to the worst fight, the best bad fight.
We're going to the Red Hot Chili Peppers concert on Wednesday.
And our nominees are Daniel Rodriguez versus Kevin Holland. I've written here, it looked like a fight on an episode of Cops, like both fighters should have had their faces blurred out. Khalil Roundtree Jr. versus Jamal Hill. Jock coolly loses to Pussy Nerd. Johnny Walker versus Zhang Mingyang. A last-minute addition by Phil, which is very much deserving of the category. And Chris Barnett versus Hamdi Abdel Wahab. What if heavyweights were short and somewhat athletic, but still bad?
Nominative determinism does say that Chris Barnett versus Hamdi Abdel Wahab should win this, because I haven't seen that fight. But it sounds like it would rock.
It also sounds like Handy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe they just did that to
this man's parents
to cheat the system.
They knew. Yeah, it's somebody's putting their thumb on the scale here. I don't think that's allowed. You can't name your this is why there's never been an actor named Oscar at the Academy Awards. It's illegal.
It's a damn good point. I've never thought about that.
Connor,
you are a smart guy.
I know. Thank you, though. I think it is Daniel Rodriguez, Kevin Holland. That fight was disgusting. It was on one level, it was the perfect MMA fight. It was an insane war. Both guys knocking each other down, non-stop action, both guys pushing to their limits and then past them, fighting in utter exhaustion. On the other side, not a single good strike is thrown, not a single strike is effectively defended, there is no footwork or generalship. It's a complete disaster from both sides. It is like a tough man level fight. It really looks like a street fight that happens to go on for like 15 minutes. It's really gross to watch.
Okay. I will give you a counterpoint.
Okay.
That's all Kevin Holland's fault.
Yes.
That's all middleweight. That's all welterweight Kevin Holland's fault.
Mm-hmm.
So that what he does when he's at that weight class. Was this actually at welterweight, or was it at middleweight?
I think it might have been middleweight, but I'm not going to say that with any confidence.
Yeah. But it's just, and like, the thing is, like, Daniel Rodriguez is doing his best in this fight.
Yeah,
and he's just like a big, very slow dude.
Yeah.
And he's just up against this, like, man made out of rubber who is just, like, pinging all over the place and getting, like, hit, but also hitting him. And, yeah, it's all Kevin Holland's fault. And Daniel Rodriguez is just like a poor, slow guy trying to keep up. And he is able to keep up by like repeatedly punching Kevin Holland in the face, because this is, Kevin Holland at his very worst.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much that matters for this. Like, what are the intentions? What's the context? I think if you just look at the end product, it is an offensively messy, disorganized fight, which is at the same time completely action-packed. To me, it is. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's not, but it's just, to me, I'm just looking at the final product. I'm taking the artist out of the art and just saying, what level of fight did these two conspire to produce? And the level was like astoundingly bad and astoundingly violent. I think the other contender is Johnny Walker, Zhang Mingyang. Because that one's funny.
Yeah, because this is my baby. Because this fight is is good stuff here.
Yeah.
This is what you want from Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Because it, as said, it's Johnny Walker coming out doing his very best Kamzat impression. He just runs across the cage, dives directly at Zhang Mingyang, and gets just immediately like flipped like a pancake, and basically ends up in full mount being full mounted within seconds of the fight starting.
Into full mount.
It's absolutely tremendous. Then, having just kind of escaped from the terrible position that he puts himself in, he goes back to like full on Johnny Walker mode, which is
sort of stilt walking around the perimeter of the cage.
Just stilt walking around the perimeter of the cage. And Zhang Mingyang is mostly just like chasing him around the cage, beating him up easily. And, because all Johnny Walker is doing is circling.
Yeah.
And Zhang Mingyang just like punches him in the face. It just mostly continues until Zhang Mingyang makes the cripplingly stupid decision to low kick Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker realizes that he can low kick Zhang Mingyang back. He does that.
He gives him.
Immediately cripples him and essentially ends the fight.
He gives him the tool for his own destruction.
Johnny Walker's like, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Calf kicks? Oh, yeah. What's happened, huh?
If Zhang Mingyang were smart...
a 6'4" tall man, 6'4" Hulk, like rippling with muscle. What if I calf kicked someone? And Zhang Mingyang's leg immediately simply detaches and goes flying off into the crowd, and that's the end of the fight.
If Zhang were smart, he should have started shooting takedowns on Johnny Walker. Give him that idea instead. Remember this? This was your plan? You should try that again. It worked great. But instead he said, here's an effective tactic that I've reminded you of. Johnny Walker, like a sort of inbred Robbie Lawler. You remember when he fought Rory McDonald and he was like, I like that kick. That's my kick now.
Yes.
That was Johnny Walker, but with sort of drool coming out of his mouth, and he bites his own tongue while he's saying that.
Yeah, it's more of a like, he's only capable of holding like one thought in his mind for like 7 seconds.
Techniques for Johnny Walker are like spells in a Jack Vance book. You have to download a certain number of techniques, and once you use them, they're gone. You have to go back to the grimoire to learn a low kick again. Yeah, that one is very funny. I think it might be. This
is the thing: is that like Calvin Gastelum and Daniel Rodriguez is basically just a silly brawl.
Kevin Holland,
but like Kevin Holland, Kevin Holland, Daniel Rodriguez was an extremely depressing fight where he was very fat and sad on him. But like Zhang Mingyang, Johnny Walker is magic.
Yeah.
From the takedown, the full mount, the just getting whooped, circling the cage because he hasn't gotten any better at any technical element of MMA.
Yeah.
To Zhang Mingyang destroying himself.
It's got some of that Iwan Kudalaba magic that we look for.
Yeah.
Of just like utter chaos and insane decision making and pure accident playing a huge role in the outcome of the fight.
Yeah. And a lot of people have like wanted to see the return of like prime Johnny Walker, but most of them want it in a stupid way because they have some vision of him being good at MMA, and like the times when he knocked out a bunch of people in a row was because he was good and not because he was just being fortunately matched up and because he believed he was good.
Yeah.
But this is prime Johnny Walker. This is one of his greatest performances, and I think it deserves best bad fight. This
agree.
He's back. He's back.
He's back.
Kevin Holland, both him and I think it's fitting that this was a war. This basically came down to a war between Kevin Holland and Johnny Walker because these are two goats of the laugh out loud fighter of the year category, and they're OGs, and they both came out well, either swinging or diving straight onto their own face in this year. And I respect the hell out of both of them for it. But Johnny Walker, welcome back.
That's how the game is played, son.
I would do the worm in your honor, were I even remotely capable of it.
Well, you might be as capable as Johnny Walker. You could both injure yourselves doing it.
I think I would injure myself in much more significant ways.
Permanently crippled. All right. That concludes that one then. Congratulations, Johnny Walker. I mean, in some ways, too, a lifetime achievement award. Like, he's been just at the edge of a best bad fight for many years. And it took his technical transformation to kind of complete the recipe.
Yeah, he's just built so many elements of his game out now that he was able to put on display in that fight. And it was, it was just that much more impressive that they were all really, really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that everything that he did in the fight appeared to be a mistake, even when he won. All right. That brings us to another celebration of mediocrity, the worst KO of the year.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for right now. There we go. Big boy, come on.
So, for the worst KO of the year, we have Mario Pinto versus Austin Lane. We have, I think, a staple of this award, or at least he should be, Derek Lewis himself against Taliesin Teixeira. We have Waldo Cortes-Acosta versus Ryan Spann. And making another appearance. This guy is making some waves.
He's got the potential.
It's Young Min Young versus Anthony Smith, featuring Jelly Roll.
Yeah. One of the best features of all the tracks listed here. It's one of the year's best features. Ooh. Now, just to so that people are up to speed, I mean, what is it that makes a bad KO? What are the criteria?
It's got to look shitty. I think that's the main thing, is that it has to be something that shouldn't work and does.
Mm-hmm.
And that means it can be like something like Shara Bullett's god awful. What was it? It was like a tornado punch or something.
Double spinning back fist.
The double spinning back fist.
That was
like, oh, it looks like a Tekken move. And you're like, and it looked stupid as hell.
That was a shoe.
So it can be something like that. Or it can be desperate flailing. Again, like Cyril Gahn not fighting enough has deprived us of one of his, or like something like Cyril Gahn's Donkey Kong KO punches. I think are a bit of a platonic ideal for a really bad KO, where he's just like he goes from being like this bouncy, rangy technician to like when someone's hurt and he's just flailing desperately their spinal column.
Yeah. starts trying to access their marrow.
Yes.
Sort of a caveman crushing bones open with a rock. I think it's good KOs. This is a thing that's a little disgusting to talk about, really. It makes you think of what it is to be a fight fan. But like a good KO, there's something artistic to it. There's a rhythm. It's like a dance, and this doesn't just include the strike, which is used. A lot of people, when they go for best KOs, they do it the way that like we do best submission, where it's like, what's the coolest move? And yeah, sometimes you have Joaquin Buckley doing a jumping, spinning back kick to the face, and you just have to give it to him because that's an amazing move that you never see. But a lot of the best, most memorable knockouts are simple techniques that just land perfectly and yes, produce a perfect knockdown. There's just something cinematic about it. And so a worst KO doesn't even have to just be bad technique. It can just be, it is a KO. The fight's over. No question about that. But I wish I didn't see it. It's unsatisfying. it's like a firework that goes off in the tube, you know, like, yeah, it exploded. It did what it was supposed to do, but I didn't enjoy looking at it. Did nothing for me.
Mm-hmm.
So Waldo Cortes-Acosta versus Ryan Spann has the advantage of being at the end of an otherwise completely shitty fight.
Yep.
That kind of adds to it. I made the comparison earlier to Frank Mir, Mirko Krokop. It's one of the first bad KOs I have a memory of watching live, where the fight is so awful that the KO doesn't even feel like a relief.
Yep.
It's like, okay, I guess it's done now. Why'd you make me go through all that if it was going to end like this? That sucked. Waldo Cortes-Acosta has a shitty, messy fight with Ryan Spann where very little happens, and what does happen isn't nice to look at. And then he hits him with like just a really stupid punch, and it's over.
Yeah, it's the fact that, like, again, within like the expectations, because you've watched MMA and you've watched a bunch of UFC, you've seen Ryan Spann get KO'd a bunch of times.
Yeah.
But you know what you're getting with Ryan Spann. He can throw some punches, some straight punches. He's quite aggressive. He's moderately athletic, and the version of him that fights Waldo Cortes-Acosta, he's porky. He is dispirited.
Yeah,
like
he's not spiritually a heavyweight, as Zane and I have discussed many times. He does not have that energy. He doesn't belong in that division. So whatever the best of Ryan Spann is, which still isn't great, you don't get it at heavyweight.
Yeah, he just looks miserable, and he's just staggering everywhere, looping punches, and Waldo Cortes-Acosta like jabs him a bunch, and then at some point he just he's running away, and then Waldo Cortes-Acosta claws the air with a hook, and it knocks him over, and then there's some more flailing on the ground. It's very ugly.
Please
go on. But it is up against, I think, the other big contender here, which is Anthony Smith. And again, we're talking one of the goats of the we're talking about one of the goats of being, if Derek Lewis is one of the goats of like causing bad ugly KOs, Anthony Smith got to be one of the goats of like being on the ends of ugly KOs.
World's worst canvas.
Yeah, this man has truly mastered the art of going fetal. And
this one is helped by the jelly roll aspect. The fact that there was like a Anthony Smith hagiography going on.
Oh yeah, about how he's such a warrior that never gives up. Apart from all those times when he did.
He gets an emotional send off, and it's like the audience is like weirdly quiet. But like every single person on the broadcast team is just talking about how amazing and what a legend Anthony Smith is. They're talking about the man like Shogun Rua didn't get a send off like that. That's a guy you should have some really fond memories of.
Yeah.
Anthony Smith.
I mean, so many fighters did not get a send off like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Carlos Condit.
Right.
I mean, yeah, but it's the fact that, he was on the broadcast team, and also he prioritized, whether deliberately or not, he prioritized the functioning of the U.S. business model over his career interests. He was just a company man, and his key moment was being a company man, and they can't do that in his hagiography. They can't be like, it would have been really awkward for us if he'd taken a DQ win against John Jones.
And he didn't do that. Bravely, he decided to get less money and no chance at a rematch, and to spend the rest of his career sort of giving up in Apex main events. Yep. It's, this is not a lifetime achievement, career achievement kind of category really, but that all of that does kind of color what may be the pinnacle of Anthony Smith just sort of sadly allowing himself to be finished. I don't know. I think that might be it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really ugly,
very dissatisfying to look at.
TKO. I don't even know what's the actual Is there actually a moment at which this all goes wrong?
He gets split open by an elbow.
Oh yeah, and then he staggers back.
Yeah, he sees his own blood, and he's like, well.
And he shoots a takedown, and then...
Yeah.
It's... Yeah, a full minute of him being finished after the elbow, basically.
Yeah.
He was a company man. It took a long time to... it took a long time when to finish him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. The Waldo Cortes-acosta one was an even worse KO and probably an even worse fight. But yeah, I've got to give it to Anthony Smith for the lifetime achievement element.
Yeah. Agreed. Congrats, Anthony. And Jelly Roll. You played your part as well.
Yep, you added that unforgettable aura of just, unearned saccharin.
Yeah, that beautiful version that you did on, what was it, Country Roads or Hallelujah or some other completely played out song.
Yeah.
Waiting for Anthony Smith to feature in the video of Jelly Roll's cover of All I Want for Christmas Is You. It's going to be great. Can you imagine? All I want for Christmas is... And then the auto-tune hits a really high note that Jelly Roll can't hit.
Yes. I can't imagine it, and I don't want to.
Oh, it is the disturbed cover of Sound of Silence of Worst KOs. Really, you couldn't even imagine it until you saw it, but you have to appreciate what they achieved. All right, that brings us to the Laugh Out Loud Pure Entertainment Fighter of the Year.
Now, there's a fine line between getting in my face where it's, I like it, or you're annoying. You know what I mean? I'm fucking not interested in you, and you're annoying. I like this kid.
And our nominees are Terrence McKinney, Timeless or Played Out? Jean Silva, Carlos Prates, Zhang Mingyang, showing up an awful lot for a relatively meaningless light heavyweight, and Johnny and Walter Walker tag team, which might give them the advantage.
Yeah.
So there's kind of...
I like to think of Zhang Mingyang as like the Forrest Gump of Laugh Out Loud Pure Entertainment Fighter of the Year. He just turns up in all the right places. He may not be the actual driver of events in a lot of these examples.
That's a very good way of looking at it. So,
once again, at a core moment in stupid MMA history, there is John Mingyang.
He was there when they did the Jelly Roll video. Black and white photo.
My mama always said, life is like a boxer, and then suddenly someone just half kicks him and he collapses to the floor in pain.
So, to my mind, there's kind of two types of Laugh Out Loud Pure Entertainment Fighter here. You have Terrence McKinney, Johnny more so than Walter. Walter is shining in a way that only a heavyweight could shine, hitting the exact same submission on just a series of unsuspecting dopes.
It's a classic.
Alexei Oleinik.
A role that has been passed on by Alexei Oleinik and by many actually good fighters before them.
Yep. But Terrence McKinney, Johnny Walker, Zhang Mingyang to extent, these guys are pure entertainment funny because they are trash. They're not good at fighting. Their fights are both highly predictable and completely chaotic at the same time. When you watch them, you're going to see, you're going to get what you expect, but with some added seasoning of the moment. And then you have Jean Silva and Carlos Prates, who are kind of fucking cool. And they honestly do some really dope shit in their fights. They're more entertaining as personalities. Jean Silva with the most horribly disrespectful performance I've ever seen in a fight when he fought Bryce Mitchell.
Yep.
Carlos Prates is just a cool fucking guy. Like, not only is he out here in almost exclusively entertaining fights, even his fight with Ian Gary, where he mostly got schooled, was still quite fun to watch. And he's delivering spectacular knockouts. That's entertaining enough. But he's also like blasting cigs and not giving a shit. He's got a real natural coolness about him, which makes him very entertaining. Sort of like Kevin Holland, who may have been one of the first winners of this category.
Yeah, I think he was.
Except that Carlos Prates is like already much better than Kevin Holland ever was, I think. So, do we go?
And also, the Carlos Prates is way too cool for this award. This is
well, but that's what I mean. He's still making you laugh. He's out there in the octagon doing an interview where he's justifying how much he likes to smoke cigarettes. Like, it's a different kind of. You're not laughing at him. You're laughing with him, but he's still funny and entertaining.
I think you've spent too much time with Zane, because you're laughing at this guy in a kind of oh, Carlos kind of way, whilst you're fixing your hair.
He's not Carlos Ulberg, Phil. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I still feel that Zane has infected you with. I mean, Zane loves. Zane loves Carlos Prates much more than I think.
Yeah.
Either of us have ever loved anything.
I don't know if this is the right place to air this, but his relationship with his wife is collapsing because of how much he loves Carlos Prates. It's true. It's causing problems for him.
But yeah, in the case, he's like, that's the thing. He's just cool. He's way too cool. Whereas at least Jean Silva is also cool and scary, and many things which aren't necessarily associated with Laugh Out Loud Fighter of the Year. But he's also like a mean, funny bully.
Yeah, he's insane.
Who barks at people and pretends to be their friends, and is just like, as he said, like brutally humiliating.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of is actually funny.
It's kind of awesome, right? That's what I mean. It's a different thing. We're laughing at Terrence McKinney fully, like we're laughing at Johnny Walker, Zhang Mingyang, like, oh my god, this sucks, this is trash. Jean Silva, you can't say that. But he is also, while impressing you, you're like, this is nonsense. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. But I think Carlos Prates is unfortunately, he doesn't do enough of his mad shit in the cage.
Okay.
Jean Silva is at least like, he does mad shit in the cage all the time.
You don't have to watch a single interview with Jean Silva or experience any discourse about Jean Silva. You simply have to watch him fight and you'll get it.
Yeah. That being said, I still don't know who I actually who I'm actually going to pick to win this year.
Yeah. I feel like, first of all, Terrence McKinney, it's kind of shocking we haven't talked about him more. I'm kind of leaning towards played out. It's actually so predictable. Like, it's like an Arrested Development style running joke where, like, yeah, it does kind of get funnier each time you hear it again. But also, I want some innovation. And I think there's a reason we haven't really celebrated Terrence McKinney much, you and I, or even we've hardly talked about him for all the years he's been in the UFC now, because it's just not a lot of meat on the bone. It's tasty, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is the football to the groin of...
Yeah.
You know what the most damning thing is?
What's that?
I just scrolled down to the Elkins Johnson Award. He ain't on there.
Oh.
We didn't even remember him for the Elkins Johnson Award.
I mean, that alone says he shouldn't win Laugh Out Loud Pure Entertainment Fighter of the Year. He's not notable enough.
Nah.
He's too,
same
shit.
If you're so predictable
yep.
that you're not even nominated for the Predictability Award.
Yep. every album, same as the last one, you know?
Yep. But other than that, I'm really not sure. John Silver, again, he's cool. I mean, Johnny Walker, it's like one great performance. I'm kind of tempted to go with Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump is appealing, but I will point out we haven't really thought about Zhang Mingyang. Like, can he be the pure entertainment fighter of the year when he has at best been a side character in other more disastrous fighters' journeys?
I think that's a good being the consistent straight man is its own reward.
That's true. That's true. He's a Jason Bateman type. He, really does well when everyone else is being kooky. But I'm kind of leaning Jean Silva. I think he may seem too cool and actually good of a fighter, given who we usually give this award to. But he was part of a hysterical ritual humiliation of Bryce Mitchell, where he deliberately did not take the fight seriously. And then I think he thought he was going to do the same shit to Diego Lopez and ended up producing a strong contender for fight of the year. While being a crazy guy who, barks at people and drops his hands and makes a point of submitting Bryce Mitchell when he could have beaten him any way he wanted. He's both funny and, in a classic fight fan sense, entertaining. I'm leaning Jean Silva for the LOL Fighter of the Year.
Sure. I think, has Johnny Walker ever actually won it? But yeah, he's only really had one truly great performance this year. If he can string together more like that, he's a showing for next year. Same with Kevin Holland. He, brought back some of the old magic by having an absolutely terrible fight with Rodriguez.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm happy to give it to Jean Silva. Have a little bit of a different flavor this year. Yeah.
Johnny hasn't done enough, and he would have benefited from Volter being on his tag team, but I think Volter needed one more heel hook in 2025 to really put us over the edge. Just one shy of the mark. All right. That brings us to our next award. This one we deliver with a heavy heart. It is the Patrick Wyman Memorial Award for explosive muscularity.
And they're this big, covered in veins.
This celebrates a fight between two fighters who really would look a lot better with a little coconut oil, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They are Kamaru Usman versus Joaquin Buckley, Jean Silva versus Diego Lopez, Michael Morales versus Sean Brady. We really wanted their Carlos Olberg to be on this list because he is, thank God Patrick Wyman got out of the game and also off this mortal coil before Carlos Olberg appeared on the scene, because it would have destroyed his life to know that Carlos Olberg was out there tantalizingly just sort of existing as a total hunk. But he didn't fight any hunks. He fought a classic northern category bear in Jan Blachowicz and a guy with a receding hairline in Dominic Reyes. And I don't care how ripped you are, you have to have a fade or something, Otherwise, Patrick, that's not moving.
Just go bald or whatever.
Yeah, that's not moving the needle for Dr. Wyman.
Yep. So, Carlos Olberg, you still got some chances.
Yeah,
but you need to find some way to fight Johnny Walker.
Yeah, you got to find some fellow
by getting much worse. And if you chance to win this award, which we know that you want.
If he fights Alex Pereira, that's a pretty hunky matchup. There's some beefcake action happening there.
Yep. Yeah, I like all of these for different reasons. Usman Buckley, obviously these two men both look like they are carved out of rock. I think the only thing which works against them is the way that it is the departed Dr. Wyman did love. He loved muscles, but he also did love the explosiveness.
Yes.
And that's why it's not the award for just, it's just being muscular.
Yeah.
And Kamaru Usman is not explosive anymore.
It's not a Gleason Tebow award, like that guy's hench as hell. It's not Vince Pichel.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the explosiveness.
Yeah. Kamaru Usman does not have the knees to explode. Joaquin Buckley can explode all over this award.
He could explode
Kamaru Usman is simply muscular. Yeah. Jean Silva, Diego Lopez. Again, like Jean Silva, a perfect A-side.
Yeah.
Diego Lopez, he's big and he's muscular, but he's not quite ripped enough and maybe not quite handsome enough. Jean Silva versus Drew Dober. That was I'm pretty sure that won for its year, and it would probably win many years.
Yeah. Yeah, but Diego Lopez, once again, I think maybe the hairstyle is bringing him down. Like Diego Lopez with a nice high and tight kind of look could probably get the dearly departed doctor turning in his grave a little bit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like Diego Lopez he ends up looking like one particular like British comic actor a bit too much at the time, which I find distracting. He was on like Ghosts and stuff. I can't remember what his actual name is.
Good reference for the audience.
No, I just find it's too distracting.
Okay, all right.
But Michael Morales versus Sean Brady, I think is a good shout. Because Michael Morales is obviously this year's athletic cheater.
Yep.
B, like, it's not like the perfect JoJo's Bizarre Adventure-esque matchup of like Jean Silva versus Drew Dober, but it does have like a nice mix of two different types that I think the doctor would appreciate.
Yeah.
Like Michael Morales is the big, lithe, sexy athleticism, and Sean Brady is just all back.
Yeah. They are two different sort of subgenres on Pornhub. Different keywords to access a guy who looks like Michael Morales from the one who looks like Sean Brady, but they're both going to get the job done.
Yeah, they're very complimentary in that way.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, nice little dancing couple there. Fire and ice.
Yep.
Statuesque and robust.
Yep.
Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah,
all right.
I think it does. It's not an all-timer, but I think it's a deserving winner this year.
Yeah. This is like a oh god, I was trying to think of a movie that won Best Picture. I realized that all the Best Picture winners are like half of them are movies I haven't ever seen. Is it? I'm tempted to say Moonlight just because that's the gay one, but that doesn't seem right.
Outrageous.
I don't know. We'll move on.
This is the last place people expect homophobia, Connor.
Well, it's more homoeroticism than anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm fully in support of Moonlight. I think it's cool to be a gay movie. That's fine.
You're about to say that it wasn't even like a good Oscar winning movie or something.
No, that it was one that is a good movie, but it's not like, an all-timer. I was just trying to back up what you were saying. Moonlight is a good movie. I mean, I think so. Maybe you don't think so. Maybe you have some problem with it.
I think it's a good movie. I've actually seen it.
Okay. So have I.
Mm.
All right.
All right, let's go with it.
Let's move on. Next up, we have, actually, Phil, this is you reading.
Yeah. This is the Nick Lentz versus Charles Oliveira fight of the year.
How far away is the restroom? Is it?
And we have Dricus du Plessis versus Sean Strickland 2. Marvin Vittori versus Roman Dolidze 2. Mackenzie Dern versus Werner Jandiroba 2. Merab Dvalishvili versus Sean O'Malley 2. And Justin Gaethje versus Rafael Fiziev 2. Fair enough, though.
Yeah, fair enough. They had to do that one. I want to say, there were a lot of like Apex ass undercard rematches this year that I couldn't remember what they were. I just remember the experience of doing the Vivi with Zayn and him being like, oh, this is a rematch. This fight happened 11 years ago. And I'm like, oh, I had no idea. They're so unnotable as rematches. They're such pointless rematches that they're like, if you go through every Wikipedia page of the entire year's worth of UFC events, Control F rematch, no comment about these particular fights being rematches. So we're definitely missing some really unnecessary second meetings in this list of nominees. And yet we have a very strong turnout anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a strong turnout, but I also think there's a clear winner here. Because Nick Lentz versus Charles Oliveira as a shining light for us all and something to think about every year. It's not just a pointless rematch. It's also a fight in and of itself. To truly be the best kind of Nick Lentz versus Charles Oliveira, you need to be a fight where it was a dynamic Brazilian grappler against a grinder that was physically underpowered and had no actual chance to win. And you need the fight to be almost exactly the same.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They kept rematching them and the same thing kept happening. Yeah. Yep.
And as such, while there are many, many pointless rematches here that I didn't want to see, and one that I did, in Justin Gaethje versus Rafael Fiziev, Mackenzie Dern versus Werner Jandiroba 2.
Yeah.
Didn't enjoy their first fight, didn't enjoy the second one. Dynamic Brazilian grappler, underpowered opponent with no path to victory. Welcome to the Nick Lentz versus Charles Oliveira Fight of the Year Award 2026.
The only other one that is piquing my
2025
interest,
even.
The only other one I think that stands in contention is Duplessis Strickland 2. That doesn't have the explosive Brazilian grinder, but it does have an explosive South African versus an underpowered challenger. And it really ticks all the boxes of being exactly the same as the previous fight. Like really underscoring how unnecessary it was to run it back.
I'll go against that one because their first one was at least close. The second one wasn't close.
Yeah.
Because simply figured Strickland out. So, I mean, at least the first one, they ran it back because they plausibly could. They were like, oh, this was a nip-tuck decision kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they just did Dern Jandiroba again, and it was just exactly like the first fight.
Yeah. They tried to make it different. Like, what if it's for a title this time?
Yeah.
Get a couple extra rounds, and it was just the identical dynamic.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Mackenzie Dern and Werner Jandiroba. No one asked you to, but you did it again. Congratulations. The Nick Lentz versus Charles Oliveira Fight of the Year. Next up, a somewhat philosophically related category, at least another category which is named after two fighters of yore, the Elkins Johnson Award.
100 times I said, all right, here we go. Just jump off this fucking cliff. Do it.
And of course, this category celebrates fights where sort of there was one outcome that had to happen, or that both fighters' individual outcomes just sort of followed the outcome of the fight has a plot armor.
Yep.
The result fits both people so perfectly. And our nominees are Jared Cannonier versus Hobocop Rodriguez, Yuri Prochazka versus Khalil Roundtree, Cody Brundage versus Julian Marquez, Edmund Shabazian versus Andre Muniz, and Lerone Murphy versus Aaron Pico.
And no Terrence McKinney because we forgot.
And no Terrence McKinney. But also, like, that's the thing with you could pick any one of Terrence McKinney's fights, and if it goes one way or the other, you're like, yep, that was one of the two things that could have possibly happened. It just doesn't leave an impression. I think this one's a pretty competitive category, actually.
Yeah, I think there's two real strong possibilities here for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of them are kind of some of them are like somewhat one way, like Edmund Shabazian versus Andre Muniz. Like one of these guys is getting smoked in round one.
Yep.
Similarly, Cannonier Rodriguez is just like, this is just a big durable hitter against a not durable hitter.
Yep.
But I think the two big ones are Lerone Murphy, Aaron Pico, and of course Yuri Prochaska, Khalil Roundtree.
Yep, I agree. It's not the problem with Prochaska Roundtree is that he kind of already did it better. I mean, Prochaska is an Elkins Johnson type fighter at his core. There's very little thought or adaptation. It's just like a test of will. And if he can throw himself at the wall, one thing or the other will happen every fight. But it's not as perfect an example of that dynamic as he had the year prior with Alexander Rakic.
Yeah.
That is the quintessential Yuri Prochaska fight. Like, somehow he's kind of actually doing shittier in the beginning part of Roundtree to the extent where it seems like he might have forgotten how to fight. And like, it didn't have the same, I was actually a little, though I expected it, when the turn came in round 3, I was actually a little surprised. Because I thought he hasn't even shown that he's ramping up to this.
Yeah.
When he fought Rakic, I knew with full confidence, even as he was getting lit up in the first round, he is going to win this fight. I could see the arc in the future. This one, not quite so. Yes, the result was what we expected, but it's a little lumpy, a little misshapen along the way. Lerone Murphy, Aaron Pico, I mean, we called that motherfucker to a T. I mean, the only way we could have known what was coming more is if we said, and it's going to be a spinning elbow. That, I don't know.
Yeah.
Lerone Murphy being a guy who gets cornered easily against Aaron Pico, a guy who has to pressure and can't think. And like Aaron Pico having a bad chin and like, it's just.
And Aaron Pico just being kind of blind.
Yeah. Sort of a blind robot, like sort of one of those little robot vacuums, just sort of blundering into a shotgun blast.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're both tricky. I think Khalil and Yuri found it more dispiriting, obviously, because of the improvements of Roundtree. And like you said, it's less of a he works his way back into the fight, the more he just goes insane.
Yeah.
And it's less him like steadily discouraging him. It's less him like steadily discouraging Khalil and more just him going nuts.
Suddenly scaring the shit out of him. Does that intensify it, though? Does that intensify its qualification for the award? Because it's almost like Khalil can be so much better than the likes of Rakic and have really grown into the guy who can withstand a lot more pressure than he used to be able to. And Prochaska can fight a really terrible fight where he seems to have no plan, doesn't have his eye on the ball at all until it is absolutely do or die. And yet the result is immutable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the volume turned up? I.e., he gets whooped even worse.
Yeah.
He comes back even later.
Yeah.
Like,
but
he
it's
looks
still exactly the fight.
Even more terrible yeah. I think I still want to vote. I still think I'm still going to vote for it.
Yeah.
Because it was one that like it was the volume was so high on the narrative that everyone was like, "This is amazing," and everyone wasn't like, "Yuri is a giant fraud,"
which is clearly what they should have been saying, judging by your tone.
Yeah.
But also, you are picking him for the Elkins Johnson Award winner. I agree. That fight just, I just think it has an essential dynamic between the two fighters that not even a whole series of both good ideas and bad ideas from both could change.
Yep.
It just had to play out the way it did.
Yep.
Okay. Well, folks, that brings us to another one of the star awards of the Handies. Every year, I think it might be my turn, but I'm not going to read these. Phil, please.
I think it is my turn.
Good. We'll do the honors then. And you can do the next one, too.
It is the Philip Fitzclarence Mackenzie Award for Best Ritual Manslaughter of an Aging Fighter, a.k.a. the Glue Factory.
The first thing I saw when I got to the Pineapple Factory was another brother.
Do you like how I added in your real legal middle name this year?
Yeah, that's totally what it is. It's weird because you wouldn't think that like Fitzclarence is actually a real name, but it is, and it's mine.
It is, yeah. Philip Fitzclarence Cumberthwaite Mackenzie II.
Yeah,
it's a proud lineage.
Yeah. My dad was really proud of that name too. Okay, the awards are Paddy Pimblett versus Michael Chandler. Chase Hooper, unfortunately only fought Jim Miller this year, but he did also fight Clay Guida in December 2024. Ayman Zahabi versus Jose Aldo. Yair Rodriguez versus Patricio Pitbull. Renier Davida versus Robert Whittaker. Jalen Turner versus Edson Barboza. Aljamain Sterling versus Brian Ortega. Joel Alvarez versus Vicente Luque. Miktivik Rolbai versus Jack Hermanson. That was horrific. Peyton Talbot literally playing with Henry Cejudo. Carlos Ulberg puts paid to Dominic Reyes' hopes and dreams and also has a Jan Blachowicz fight with Jan Blachowicz.
So, this seems like a completely stacked category.
Yeah, because it's well, I mean, it's like the fight of the year category.
Yeah,
it's just a fighter of the year category. It's just like broad and with lots of possibilities because everyone did like one good thing.
Yeah,
and by good I mean horrific.
Yeah,
and,
everyone did one
evil.
elder abuse.
Yeah,
there were a lot of. I mean, maybe this is a sign of better things to come. Like it does feel like we experienced an outsized quantity of old fighters being put out to pasture this year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the new generation is taking over. But which of these catch your eye? There's a lot to choose from.
I mean, that's the thing is that there's people I want to pick.
Mm-hmm.
There's obviously. I mean, wait a minute. Where's what's his face? Where's Michael Morales? Oh no.
Well, Michael Morales can be in here. He fought Gilbert Burns. Yeah. Michael Morales, he's in. Michael Morales versus Gilbert Burns. Good shout. Totally.
I mean, wasn't it? Was Gilbert Burns this year?
Yeah. He would have. This will come up in the next category. Michael Morales seems like he should have been better, but he fought Gilbert Burns this year, and then last year he fought Neil Magny.
Yeah.
A little similar to the Chase Hooper situation.
He's fought, Sean Brady, who was in his prime and just had the best win of his career, and then before that Gilbert Burns. So he's basically only fought one super old guy and then one guy who was just intimidated by how huge he was.
But it was, not to guess at your mind here, Phil, but it was really a quintessential Glue Factory beating that he gave Gilbert Burns. Michael Morales should be...
He's a quintessential Glue Factory fighher.
He should be the one.
He is the true inheritor to Michel Pereira.
Yeah.
In these divisions, let's say,
because he's got so little going on technically. It is entirely just that he is an athletic freak like that, and that's the point, right? Historically, is like you want to emphasize to the fighter that you're trying to either teach a lesson to or begin the process of turning them into adhesive by giving them like a psychologically damaging beat down. Like they have to be able to see that this guy barely knows what he's doing and he's just easily winning anyway.
Yeah. You basically want to reenact the classic short story, A Piece of Steak, about the old fighter who finds himself coming up against the next generation and thinks he can just about guile his way to a win, and eventually realizes that he's just not going to be able to, because he just doesn't have all the endless power of youth. So So yeah, I mean, the other obvious example, and again, it seems impossible that he only has one. Paddy Pimblett, Michael Chandler.
Yeah,
this was fantastic, right?
Yeah.
I
mean, I feel he's got to be added to the next category. He's in the same boat as Morales, but still, like, it just feels like Paddy Pimblett should be the god of Glue Factory fighting.
Yeah, because he just hasn't fought enough. That's the thing, you know. I'm sure if they were like, if the UFC were like, we got another old guy for you to fight, I think Paddy Pimblett would do it. I think he's that kind of man.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've got this elderly gentleman who would like you to beat up. Paddy Pimblett would be enough of a company man and enough of a brave warrior.
What do you mean?
To beat up.
They wouldn't have to offer it to him. He was picking out the old bastards himself. He's like, I want this one and that one. I want 2 of those. He's shopping for these aging bastards. Like, it's very deliberate. It's just that somehow this year he's not delivered the body of work.
Yeah.
However,
this was excellent.
It was really good.
It was, you know, Michael Chandler's clear decline left him. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God.
Uh-oh. Another surprise last minute nominee. What do we got?
We forgot Michael Chandler for Most Improved.
Oh! Most Improved, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Most.
Wow.
Oh, he had a serious chance of winning that.
Who did we give that to?
Marvin Vettori. I mean, that's a tough ass fight. Michael Chandler could beat Marvin Vettori in that.
Yeah,
because he's the only person that like Marvin Vettori has completely abandoned his win condition.
He didn't even cheat against Paddy Pimblett. I mean, he really forgot the whole game.
Everything.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Do we retcon?
I mean, I'm still not. It's not one of those ones where I'm like, he's clearly the actual winner. So I mean, Marvin Vettori, you can keep it.
All right, a technicality, but
Michael Chandler can't keep winning all this shit.
That's true.
He's won lots of Handies, none of them for good things.
No. He's possibly about to win another for getting absolutely fucking stomped by Paddy Pimblett.
But yeah, as we discussed when we watched the Paddy Pimblett retrospective on the Depressed Us, the Paddy Pimblett Michael Chandler fight is truly hilarious.
Yeah.
Just on a philosophical level, because it is essentially like a modern reimagining of Amadeus, where Michael Chandler has given everything to his god of the secret. He is you can tell that he just prays to some unseen force every night.
Yeah.
He's just please make me a rich, cool star. Please make me a rich, cool star.
Yeah.
Please. And he's just doing it again and again. And he's turned himself into this, bricked up, muscular dude who's quoting all these inspirational speeches and so on.
He seems to have made
cheating his ass off.
He's there in the Habsburg Emperor's court visualizing his success. He seems to have made it. And then suddenly this disgusting creature comes along and simply vaults to stardom, seemingly without effort. It was the fact that we watched the Chandler fight shortly after we watched Paddy's pre-UFC fight where he fought Julian Rosa, got absolutely mollywopped, and then pukes chocolate sauce everywhere. It literally was the scene from Amadeus for this fight. He was backstage, combing his hair or something. He's like, wait, my music. They've started without me. He rushes out after the ref is already Bruce Buffer's already announced him. Michael Chandler's like, this can't be a real fighter. I've got this. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
this disgusting creature has been seemingly just given everything that Michael Chandler could ever ask for. This like vile scouser that balloons up and down between fights.
Yeah.
Compared to presumably Michael Chandler's monastic discipline.
Absolutely.
In chowing down on PEDs and
yep.
and working out and so on.
Michael Chandler has an American Psycho style lifestyle, and it's just not necessary for a true auteur genius like Patty.
Yeah.
Michael Chandler is cursing God and begging the referee because Patty even fouls him. He even hits him in the back of the head just to put the icing on the cake and
just to show them. Yeah, it's just to show him, like the part where Mozart rewrites
the welcome
Salieri's Salieri's piece. He's just like, look, I can foul too.
He hits Michael Chandler in the back of the head once, and he's like, the rest is just the same, right? Michael Chandler with a sour look on his face as he's getting hit in the brainstem. I invented this music.
It is a truly magical performance. Made also funny by just the fact that Paddy Pimblett is one of those fighters like Pereira, who clearly just doesn't have physical constraints on how big he is.
Yes,
because he just seems to grow into a large person, by 3 inches. He doesn't get taller. He simply expands by 3 inches or so every time we see him. I mean, my theory at the current time is that he's actually some kind of he was actually just a child of a long-lived race of Scouse giants, and that's why when we saw him at age 21, he still looked like he was 13.
Yes.
Now that he's in his late 20s, he is now the equivalent of a 20-year-old giant, and is close to reaching his full height of 6'5".
Yeah.
But yeah, he is also gigantic and towers over Michael Chandler by this point.
I mean, it's a really strong front runner. The more we talk about it, it's just because it's also Michael Morales, Gilbert Burns. It has the cruelty aspect. Gilbert Burns doesn't deserve this. All he's done is the only crime he's committed is to grow old. And Michael Morales is just total beefcake material, just shaming him. But Paddy Pimblett is a sneak elite athlete who is also a total goober.
Yeah.
So it's just a different take on the Glue Factory matchmaking, but that had to hurt Michael Chandler. He hasn't fought since. I'll say that.
Yeah.
He's back to gunning for the Conor McGregor fight, in fact.
Oh, yeah, of course he is.
So...
and yeah, Connor's he's now he's marrying his wife, which means he's got presumably just means he's got some dark shit coming out.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's turned to Christ. Yeah, which means there's something coming shortly, which will probably stop him from being on that card.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from the ravaging his body with
the
drugs.
fact that he can't fight anymore and he's completely washed. I feel we should at least give a little lip service to some other strong contenders here. This is stacked. This is a packed category. For example, Aljamain Sterling, Brian Ortega. Is Aljamain Sterling the picture of a Glue Factory fighter? Not necessarily, but for pure tragedy, for delivering a fight where we were watching it saying Brian Ortega, you must retire.
Mm-hmm.
You're not enjoying it. You don't know what you're supposed to be doing. You look like that queasy combination of determined and hopeless.
Yep.
That certainly fulfills, I think, the requirements for a good Glue Factory fight.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Jalen Turner, Edson Barboza, just in terms of like the hideous size disparity and so on.
And the fact that Jalen Turner had retired before that and was like horribly depressed, like that kind of makes it sting more when he comes back and just mops Edson Barboza.
Mm-hmm. Peyton Talbot, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely young, extremely old. Again, much bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Literally just kind of batting Henry Cejudo around.
Yeah, like a cat playing with a mouse. Like he was actually having fun, even eating Henry Cejudo's best punches. Like he just wasn't not deterred from playing with his corpse.
Yep. But I think I think more I think about it, it's got to be Paddy Pimblett, right?
Yeah.
It's just the horrifying nature of it is just too much.
Yeah.
And again, it's seemingly stopped Michael Chandler from fighting again because the dream of the McGregor fight has once again caught him.
Yeah, the further away from reality that dream gets, the more tantalizing it becomes. That's how you know the guy's career is over.
Yeah, everything would have been different if I'd gotten the McGregor fight.
Right.
I never would have lost to Paddy Pimblett if I'd gotten the McGregor fight.
All right, Paddy Pimblett versus Michael Chandler. I think a strong winner. Honestly, probably one of the best Glue Factory fights individually that we've seen.
Yeah. I mean, that was again. There wasn't like a body of work this year, but that Michael Morales Gilbert Burns fight was a tough fight to beat if you're just going 1-on-1.
Yeah,
it's a tough fight to beat, and so credit to Paddy Pimblett for truly humiliating Michael Chandler.
All right, I'll let you read the next category too, Phil. This is a subcategory award.
This is the Employee of the Year award.
But Dana paid the bill, so I had to go.
At the Glue Factory, we have Carlos Ulberg for his fights against Reyes and Blachowicz. We have Waldo Cortes-Acosta. Didn't get there for the individual fights, but for Span, Spivak, and Gaziv, Michael Morales, and Paddy Pimblett.
Yep.
I think this is a tough one because again, no one's been putting the shift in. God damn it!
Yeah, everyone's had like one big project for the year, where they've been the little star of the company for a quarter here or there, but it's almost like a category where you could put any one of the Glue Factory nominees in here because basically everyone just has like one qualifying fight.
Yeah. Carlos Ulberg obviously has two, but like the Blachowicz fight is almost the definition of what you don't do against Glue Factory nominees. You don't compete with them and have a close, tough fight with them. Don't make them think they've still got it.
Like Yair Rodriguez's beatdown of Patricio Pitbull didn't take. It didn't convince Pitbull to win, and in fact, he would spit in the face of the gods and win his next fight anyway. But that's not Yair Rodriguez's fault. He did his best to humiliate and humble Patricio. You can't say that for Ulberg against Blachowicz. Half effort.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm just going to say no one gets it this year. Do better, everyone.
Wow.
No Employee of the Year at the Glue Factory.
Wow.
I want you to look. I want all of you to look at that blank spot under 2025 as you move forward into 2026. And I want you to think about doing better. I want you to think about what people like Joaquin Buckley did, the kind of years that they put out. You think Joaquin Buckley was satisfied with just like one old man? He wasn't. He kept going after old men until one of them turned out to be like not super washed and beat him. But
he took it to the limit.
That's the kind of get up and go we want in this company and this factory.
And learn from his example. You can push it too far. You can stumble at the end of the race as long as you put your best effort in.
Yes.
And
if one of you, say for example Michael Morales, wants to go out and find Joaquin Buckley and maybe take him to the glue factory, then that's fine too, because that's the best place he could end up. But all I'm saying is I expect better.
I really wanted it to be Michael Morales. Because he's such a perfect glue factory employee. And if only the Neil Magny fight and the Gilbert Burns fight had both happened in 2025, I think he'd be a lock.
Yeah, but you need work ethic here.
Didn't have the hustle.
Just didn't have it.
Wow, I'm actually shocked by this. No employee of the year. Let's hope it inspires the workforce for the year to come.
Yep.
This brings us to the opposite of those awards. The how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man award?
If you go in and you're in your 30s, you need to make me.
For best old man performance, we've got a few. Hanny Barcelos versus Peyton Talbot. I also made a note. I think you could take any one of Barcelos' 3 wins this year. Talbot, Cody Garbrandt, Ricky Simone, and you should be very impressed by all of those. He's 38.
Yep.
And he's had the best year of his UFC career. Patricio Pitbull versus Dan Ige. Michael Johnson versus Daniel Zellhuber. Neil Magny versus Jake Matthews. Michael Venom Page versus Shara Bullet Magomedov. Charles Johnson versus Loner Kavanaugh, for which I have written, Charles Johnson catches another nubile young body. This show is not gay. Kamaru Usman teaches Joaquin Buckley a little respect for his elders. A lot of good ones. A lot of old men. Almost as many old men as we had earlier. Getting put out to pasture, like for the Glue Factory Award. We even have some of the same old men returning on this list. Patricio Pitbull didn't learn his lesson. Maybe he didn't have to, because he got a win over a ranked featherweight in his very next fight.
Also, we've probably asked this before, but why is this award not called the fucking the Gravedigger in the Ass Award?
Oh, that's a great question. Let's go ahead and change that right now for next year. Fucking the Gravedigger in his ass.
All caps, yes.
Yes. It's a shame Jose Aldo himself doesn't get one this year for his brilliant phrase.
There's a lot I like. There's a lot I like here. Obviously, like Kamaru Usman is a great shout. As we said, he was up against one of the Glue Factory GOATs and MVPs, Joaquin Buckley, previous year's winner of the Glue Factory Employee of the Year award. And instead just like largely dominated him in a quite surprising fight. Hanny Barcelos, like this man has just been out there, like, again, like, Peyton Talbot would have won this award.
Yeah.
If not for Hanny Barcelos. And there's, in some ways, there's no like...
Yeah. Peyton Talbot would have won the Glue Factory Award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no, like, higher calling than preventing someone from winning a Glue Factory Award.
Yeah. That's a strong argument for me, personally. He was in a matchup where he was meant to be turned into glue, and instead he did that to Peyton Talbot. He forced Peyton Talbot to become a future champion. That's how bad he beat him.
Yeah. Profits are down due to Hanny Barcelos.
Yeah.
Like, kids are trying to assemble like models which are just falling apart because there's no glue to buy thanks to this man.
Yep.
But yeah, lots of them I liked. Patricio Pitbull is good, but obviously a nice style matchup for him. Michael Johnson, Daniel Zellhuber. Johnson is, again, he's just like a great consistent worker at stopping He does what, like, he's like the John McDessie of his of his era, where it's just like every now and again someone will just be like, oh, I can just out physical this guy, can't I? And the answer is like, no, you can't. He's actually really quite tricky.
Yeah. Still pretty fast. He's just got a pretty educated game. Like, yeah, he seems like somebody who you can kind of see the long arc of his career. You can see him deteriorating, but he never actually like has become bad. And every once in a while, he reminds you of that very strongly. And this was one of his best. I mean, I think it's one of the best old man performances of the pack.
Yeah.
It's perhaps equaled out a bit by the fact that the fact that Barcelos beat Peyton Talbot. Like, yeah, he took advantage of some overlooked gaps in Talbot's game, but that's how these fights go. That's why the experience is the advantage that wins these kind of matchups. Michael Johnson beating Daniel Zellhuber is maybe a little less impressive. It's impressive for his own effort and what he was able to do at this point in his career, but he didn't beat a guy that is guaranteed to win a belt in the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I got to give a shout to MVP Shara Bullet.
Yeah, 100%.
That was delicious. That was a very, very satisfying old man win. Shara Bullet.
Pure like entertainment and Schadenfreude. Absolute, easily the top nomination in this category.
Yeah, and almost in some way, I won't say it's better than Barcelos Talbot, which was really like a great domination. But the fact that it's just kind of like a slow-paced embarrassment kind of makes it more satisfying. He didn't go out there and like knock Shara Bullet out. He just kind of like made fun of him while hitting him more than he was hit in return. That was pretty good. Pretty good. I think MVP has some more how many times do we have to teach you this lesson old man wins in him. He's really kind of made to just outfox inexperienced fighters.
Yeah. I think like Stephen Thompson, he's still got a long tail to his career.
Mm-hmm. Charles Johnson has killed his second great flyweight prospect, but he's only 35. I'm leaning Barcelos.
Yeah, he's got to be Barcelos, right?
He beat, of the group, he beat the most promising opponent, and he's got two other easily like qualifying wins to back that up.
Yeah. Both of them are, Ricky Simone and Cody Garbrandt, obviously not in the absolute prime of their careers, but still very good wins and still, still younger than Handies Barcelos.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm happy for him to win.
All right.
Well deserved.
Congratulations, Honey. May your wins continue into 2026. I have loved every single one that he delivered last year. So that brings us now to Phil.
It is time for the Spike Carlisle Award.
So apparently, this guy right here was in the UFC 10 years ago and said some stupid shit, and I caught him.
For Worst Vibe of the Year, a.k.a. a clever excuse for some anti-gender discrimination. And I think this is a tough one.
Not enough redheads, for one.
Right?
You going to read the nominees?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Are we missing anyone?
Well, I just added Bryce Mitchell. He was an obvious one that we didn't.
Yeah.
He's had, it goes beyond bad vibes at this point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it's like... Anyway, the nominees are Bo Nickel, redeemed, Waldo Cortes-Acosta, Ilya Topuria, and Bryce Mitchell. And, out of these, I think there is... we've got Bo Nickel, who continues to be a bit annoying, but at least seems to be more comfortable with his annoyingness.
Yeah.
Ilya Topuria, who just continues to kind of say slightly weird stuff.
Yeah,
and continues to be a little bit off-putting. I'm not necessarily saying that I buy any of the domestic violence thing one way or another. But he just seems to be like saying weird stuff.
Yeah.
And But I think, overall, there is, I think, a clear winner for this category, and it is Waldo Cortes-Acosta.
I'm glad you said that, because I added Bryce Mitchell as an afterthought when it should have been like the first name that jumped to mind. This has been the year where Bryce Mitchell is like out there. We're going to talk about him more very shortly. One of the more insane things he said, but he is just like, he's gone off the fucking deep end. I mean, shit, we could have included Sean Strickland here too. Another guy who's completely gone off the deep end, but bad vibe. Sort of implies that it's subtextual. You know, that it's not the text itself, which is just abhorrent. That's why Bo Nickel won last year. What did Bo Nickel say that gave me it gave me the ick? It was Bo Nickel getting up there and saying, knocking people out is cool, but what's really cool is being a good husband and father. I was like, ugh. That's somehow inappropriate. Something fake about that. I don't like it. Right? If Bryce Mitchell's up there saying, I want to kiss Hitler, that's not really a bad vibe. It's sort of a massive red flag. No, that's just saying
evil, stupid things.
Yeah. Likewise for all the stupid shit that Sean Strickland is out there popping off about. Waldo Cortes-Acosta, to my knowledge, has not said one really, truly inflammatory thing like that.
Nope.
I just don't like him. I just look at him and I want bad things to happen to him.
Yep. It's hard to think of a fighter that just projects worse vibes.
Yeah.
And it's in this current version of the UFC. I mean, the Bryce Mitchell obviously terrible says terrible stupid things. He doesn't give you the ick, he just makes you think you are a moron.
Yeah.
You are truly a stupid person.
There's nothing uncanny about the feeling Bryce Mitchell gives you. You know exactly what you're feeling. You know exactly how you want to deal with it. He should be contained for the rest of his life and kept away from society. Problem solved. Waldo Cortes-Acosta, can I justify sending him for re-education? I don't think so. I just don't like him.
I'd still do it.
Absolutely I would. Yes, of course. But I'm going to be like, you know, I'm going to have to fudge the records, the paperwork a little bit to justify it. I'm going to have to invent some crimes that I put him in the camp for, because it's not going to, he hasn't technically broken any laws.
Yep.
It just seems like a little snot, you know?
Yeah. It's that's how we've always got to do it. The moment we start making this about, you know, actual crimes.
Yeah.
I feel like we've lost our way.
Yeah. Vibes are not, it's not a moral judgment. It's a purely intuitive social phenomenon. I don't want this guy in the crew. I don't want to get stuck in a conversation with this guy at the bar. I don't want this guy showing up at the party after half the guests have left. Like, things are going to get worse once he shows up. So it's Waldo Cortes-Acosta. Should have seemed like an obvious pick, but I'm glad we arrived there. Congratulations, Waldo. Rotten hell.
Yep.
Next award. This is a new one I added just off the cuff. This is the Why Am I Watching This award.
So the Nelk Boys are YouTubers, and you know, I became friends with them a couple years ago.
For fights which best embodies the spirit of the Apex Center. Our nominees: Roman Dolidze versus Marvin Vettori 2, returning. Dante Johnson versus Cedriquez Dumas. And I have a second Cedriquez Dumas fight, which is Zachary Reese versus Cedriquez Dumas. And I will remind you, sorry, Phil has just quickly photoshopped a picture of Waldo Cortes-Acosta with a bright red beard and hair and dropped it into the Google Doc. That was swiftly done, Phil. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Honorary redhead Waldo Cortes-Acosta. And yeah, Zachary Reese, Cedriquez Dumas, which ended in 51 seconds due to a groin strike. I think the point of this, there are a lot of fights I could have added here, which would have just made you feel nothing, albeit perhaps slightly sadder. to hear the names read out. Like there was another Zachary Reese fight, Zachary Reese versus Dushko Todorovic. Assuming you know who either of those people are, does it make you feel good to be reminded of the fact that they fought on some random forgotten undercard? I don't know. I think it's Delidze Vittori too. Even though it's a main event, but it's a perfect Apex main event.
I think, there's no better encapsulation of, a fight that even the people involved were just like, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, going through the motions. Like, it's a main event is supposed to anchor a card, but the perfect Apex main event is like a huge drag, which is also pointless. So congrats to Roman and Marvin. I'm not sure what you did, but you did it well. And that brings us to our final award of the 2025 Handies. We finished off the show with this one last year. We're going to do so again. A bit different because we have quotes to read. So instead of one of us reading off all the nominations, we will go back and forth reading the text that we have included to justify these nominations. Phil, I will let you go first. This is the...
what are we doing? Are we trying to do the accents, or are we simply reading them out as in as posh a voice as possible?
You can do whatever you want, Phil. If you think you've got a Bryce Mitchell in your pocket, then I am happy to hear your best Bryce Mitchell impression. But this is the award for best post-fight rationalization.
When I first tried the pizza, it is literally the best frozen pizza I've ever had. That's no bullshit just because they're the sponsor. I'm being serious.
I think the problem is that I have turns, and then I'm going to end up with Conor McGregor. And that may be bad.
You can not only do the accent better than me, but you can say all the words that are listed. No. All right, I'll go first if you want me to read that one.
No, I will do Bryce Mitchell, but I'm not. I'm going to do it as a posh. I'm going to do it in. Bryce Mitchell. In this case, the fight in question is World War II. Here's what I say about him hailing Hitler or hailing the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly think Hitler was a good guy, based on my own research, not my public education indoctrination. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy I'd go fishing with.
So this is a bit outside because he's not rationalizing a fight he had. He's surprisingly rationalizing World War II and saying that he thought, I don't know, this one's a real roller coaster. It's like...
Yeah, Hitler was just a good guy who just let... I think you've got to remember that the twin evils of Bryce Mitchell's life are Jews and the government. And he was like, well, Hitler didn't like the Jews, so he must have been good.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, he apparently did some, like, questionable stuff. Oh, and I don't think Bryce Mitch likes drugs either. And he was like, how could he have gone wrong if he didn't like the Jews? Because that means he's on the good side and not the bad side. But I think it's because the government got to him.
I think this was in reference
they made him do drugs.
To Elon Musk doing the Nazi salute. So there's like a fun game happening in this quote where when it starts, you think he's defending Elon Musk, but he's actually attacking him. He's like, this guy's not cool enough to be hailing Hitler. Because Hitler was cool. So there's no way he was doing a Nazi thing because he's a dork.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good rationale. Okay, I'll take the next one. This was Sharabullet Magomedov after the fight with MVP. I want to prove to the fans that the first time I just failed to show what I'm capable of. I didn't show anything just because I wasn't able to do so because of health issues. Translation, I threw up.
Aw.
I know.
Sharabullet. Oh, baby.
All right. Here you go, Phil. Your starring moment.
Okay, Conor McGregor. I'm very glad I decided not to do accents here. And this was his tweet after
something.
What exactly had happened?
I don't know. It was after an Islam fight or something. It was directed at
an
Khabib.
Islam fight. Something bad happened, and Conor McGregor presumably once again, doing tremendous amounts of drugs,
mountains of cocaine,
decided to bless the world with one of his wonderful tweets,
which I believe he deleted about 8 seconds later, but people grabbed it.
Obviously, a little late.
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes. I done Aldo 15 seconds. Show your wife N star. Show your kids N star. Cousin fucking motherfucking hiding motherfucker. Show us you and your cousin's kids together because we have kids here in Ireland that want to smoke them in competition. Are they competing or what are you saying? Ireland versus Dagestan? Where's your offspring? We can't wait to see them. The best of Dagestan offspring? Dagestan, what we think? Is this true? Who's next? Because Fatso with the coach whistle won't fight. Who the fuck designated this fat bitch as master father? Certainly not his own father, Abdulmanap. And they all know it in Dagestan. Dagestan think you are pussy lips for retiring. Real Dagestan is forever. You are laughed at behind your back in Dagestan. Lazy you are, they say. Fight me and make $100 million and give it to the entire village of Dagestan. But you won't. Why? Fat, lazy, scared bitch. Lazy Fasto.
The typo on the last word is really a treat.
It's just the little cherry on the top of the whole thing.
So he drops 2 N-words in rapid succession. Khabib Nurmagomedov is, I think, would be considered a white man by most of the world.
I would definitely consider him Caucasian, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, in a very technical sense, he is Caucasian. He calls him a cousin fucker. I think he implies that if he showed his kids and his cousin kids together, they would look the same. But then he also later goes on to say that real Dagestan is, he then goes on to like valorize Dagestan and saying that they're deserving of someone better than Makhachev, but they fuck their cousins. Also.
Yeah, he's made many fucked up tweets where he's clearly off his tits before, but this one,
I mean,
this probably took a long time to write because he was squinting at the screen.
Oh yeah.
Like
wobbling closer and further from the phone, like rocking back and forth.
Fight me and make $100 million and give it to the entire village of Dagestan. But you won't. Why?
Also, who designated this fat bitch as master father is this is not a familiar phrase. Who made you master father? So this is a post-fight rationalization.
I'm actually remembering that one of my friends changed his nickname in our group chat to Lazy Fasto for a while as well.
But respect. This is a rationalization years removed from the fight. He still hasn't gotten over it.
Yeah.
Not even close. All right, up next, we have, making possibly his first appearance on the show, Andrew Tate, who had a really cool fight performance not too long ago. He, after fighting Chase D'Amore and getting smoked by him, by the way, if you want to know what that means, go look up some of Chase D'Amore's other fights to find out just how good he is. He said, yeah, obviously I didn't get the result I wanted, but truthfully, the result I wanted was to see if I could still do it. 40 years old, 10 years retired, little bit of time in a Romanian dungeon. It was always going to be a big ask against someone so much bigger than me, younger than me, more active than me, but I wanted a real challenge. I felt like I won the first 2 rounds, and then, because he's 20 kilos heavier, he started leaning on me and sapped some energy. So I have no excuses.
It's the laundry list of excuses.
Yeah.
And then, like, yeah, I have no excuses.
I could say that I lost because he's younger, he's bigger, he's more active, I've been in prison. I could say all that, but I won't.
Just don't have any excuses.
Nope.
Those are for pussies. And yeah, or that he's, or that he's a cherry-picked person that I decide to fight against because he's awful.
Yeah. Like every other person I beat, I just made the mistake this time of thinking that I could still beat up cans when actually now the cans beat me.
Yeah. It turns out that, like, years of, like, smoking cigars and, like, beating up overawed cult members is, in fact, not good preparation, even for fighting people that are shit.
Next up.
You have Waldo Cortes-Acosta. And this was in response to him winning a fight after getting eye poked, and also after he found out about Tom Aspinall not continuing after he got eye poked. And this is definitely a contribution to why he's now a little bit further up on the document that we're going through with ginger hair and beard. Look, it's a different breed. I'm born in Dominican Republic. Everything is war over there. One poke in the eye, everything that happened in my life, this can't stop me. I'll never let one poke of the eye, lose one opportunity, can change my life and my family's.
So you know. I don't think
Waldo Cortes-Acosta.
It's a bad vibe. It's not so bad coming from another fighter. Like, this is actually kind of the attitude I expect from fighters. Like, yeah, never say die, right? So anybody who has a good reason to quit, they're not going to understand that. The next one, which happens to touch on the exact same subject of Tom Aspinall possibly losing his eye, comes from somebody who is not and has never been a fighter. That is the president of the UFC, Dana White, who said, I can't make people fight, and you definitely can't make somebody continue if they feel they've been injured. Gon had Tom bloodied up, and Tom didn't want to continue in the fight. Only Tom knows what happened. Could he see? Couldn't he see? Could he continue? Only he knows that. And then 1 week later, never once did I say anything negative in a derogatory way. I'm sure he's upset, fired up, and he'll get better, and we'll get him back out there. Classic Dana White move, burying his own fighter, his star fighter, and then cowardly walking it back and pretending he didn't say those mean things.
Also, like, we don't know, and again, we can't tell whether this is like some deeper conspiracy or whether it's just the ongoing enshittification of the internet. We found it surprisingly difficult to find the actual quote, because I could remember the bloodied up quote, and it's hard to find.
There's a lot of articles with Tom Aspinall responding to Dana White's comments. There's a lot of articles mentioning Dana White walking back his comments. None of them do what you would expect journalism to do, which is to include said comments in the article. Is that suppression? Is it a coincidence? Who knows? But something tells me Dana White doesn't want it out there now that we know the true extent of Aspinall's eye injury, that he was basically calling him a pussy minutes after the fight.
Yeah. Once again, classic Dana post-rationalization, especially for like things that he cares about, like big heavyweights. Going all the way back to when he shat all over Cain Velasquez for not shooting enough takedowns.
Yep. I wouldn't have done that. I would have won.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
And yes, so next we have, within this, we have the sub-nominee, just like helping this one on a little bit, from Henry Cejudo. Well, he would just give his 2 cents into this. The biggest thing that Tom needs to take from all this is that he has to remember that Dana White's a promoter. He's a fighter. Dana White has never fought in the cage before. I don't think he'd be able to take anything personal because you're an employee under the boss. So don't fight with him, bro. He advised, having admitted to being frustrated with the UFC and the president in the past. It is what it is. That's probably what makes Dana a good promoter. He's going to say what he feels. And more importantly, I kind of appreciate it.
That is the most cocked statement I've ever heard.
It is the most wildly, like...
just
whipped and beaten, like...
Oh, get on your feet.
You know, he's just... And the thing you got to remember, he's just so great. He doesn't know what it's like to be a fighter, but he does know what it's like to be the best in the world at his job.
I mean, you can, the rationalization is happening live over the course of this paragraph. He's talking to Tom Aspinall sympathetically, being like, Dana White has said some shit to me in the past too. When I got fouled, he was not supportive.
Yeah.
And then he's like, practically, don't fight with him, he's the boss. And then he finishes by saying, it's actually probably what makes Dana good, and actually I like it about him.
Yeah. He put me in my place. That's where I belong.
That's so embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Have some dignity. And finally, another Dana White feature.
Dana's role was to stand there and talk shit.
Shut up!
And he did a good job of that.
This time, Dana White on the biggest fight he's ever lost, trying to make Power Slap a real thing. Dana said, we had television offers, but I don't want to be on television with it yet. I like being on YouTube. It reaches more people. Nobody tells me what to do. I can have any sponsors I want. The Power Slap content is the most powerful content in the sports world. How about this? It does 1 billion views a month. It's not true.
This is the thing, like, is that when this kind of stuff happens, like, a bunch of people are like, Dana White is lying to you.
Yeah.
He's lying to you about Power Slap and how popular it is. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think Dana White is lying about Power Slap. I think he's stupid. I think he's reached that point where he's now just like a gullible old man.
Yeah.
And
utterly disconnected from the reality around him too, right?
Yeah. Like, you know, it's happened to Joe Rogan and it's happened to Dana. And there's someone in the UFC who's like, there's clearly someone in the UFC who does the Power Slap social metrics.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a bunch of like, probably like Power BI presentations that look like pretty slick and cool. And they're like, look at what our impressions are doing on this thing. And Dana's like, wow, I don't understand that, but it sure is a lot. Those are some big numbers.
There's a pie chart.
And yeah. I think that just like people have realized within the UFC, they can simply lie to him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And he's just become old and gullible.
I think you're right,
like,
because you looked at a Power Slap video before, one of the highly viewed ones. It had like a million or more.
No, it had 6 million views.
6 million
and
views.
it had 100 likes and I think maybe 10 to 12 comments, of which fully half of them were making fun of how few likes it has and how few comments there were.
Pointing out the ratio. So
yeah, people just being like, man, no one seems to, despite the fact that this seems to have lots of views, no one is talking about it or liking it.
People aren't even like making fun of it on social media anymore, from what I've seen. Like people have even lost interest in just talking about how shitty it is. I think it has truly fallen off the earth. But I have no difficulty believing that Dana White, maybe there was an early stage where he was somewhat connected to reality and he was like, this isn't doing as well as I want. He yelled at some underling and they were like, well, the boss wants more views. We got to get a bot farm to crank up these numbers. And they just did that without his knowledge. So he thinks they're real views.
Yeah.
They showed him the numbers, like they did what he asked, essentially. And he's like, great, good job. This is about to take over the sports world. It's the most powerful content in the sports world. This content is just writhing with power. And, they just lied to him and he just doesn't know when he's being duped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's probably like a part of him which does.
Well,
it's
sure.
Probably like there's a little like nagging voice, and the same one, you know, probably the same, a similar one to the one that like
it's the same as
Henry
the part
Cejudo
that,
has, saying like, you know, what is the monetary value you're putting on your dignity, and things like that.
Yeah.
Dana probably has a voice that's like,
you're a
no
joke.
one I meet in real life seems to think or care about it, seems to like this at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and no one ever says anything about it. And they say it's, wouldn't you say if it was like more popular than every other sport put together? I mean, that's the other thing. That surely they've blown this by like vastly overextending the metrics, right?
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No question.
Because Dana's just going to continue to go out there, just being like, it's being watched by the 2 billion people,
Phil,
fully a third of the, and you know, at some
all of
point
Asia
you say that to someone who's like powerful enough that they don't care about upsetting him, who will just laugh at him.
Yeah,
and they'll be like, and then suddenly it will all fall down around him.
If something is being engaged with by 1 billion people on a monthly basis, you know about it. You don't need to look at metrics. You'll hear the chatter. Mm-hmm. We've seen dozens of cultural phenomenons like that, whether it's fucking Game of Thrones or Squid Game or whatever else, the U.S. presidential election, like whatever thing is going on that has that level of engagement, you can't escape it online. It's in your face because everyone's talking about it. There's no way that 1 billion people are watching power slap videos every month and none of them feel the need to talk about it. And we pulled up that one video, which was unfortunately from last year, or we would have used it as the quote, where some podcaster, there's a million of these fucking podcasters. I mean, none of them are as cool or as smart as you and I. And but the guy says to Dana White, he's like, power slap sucks, bro. Like, I watch one bout and it's a guy gets hit and he either falls down or he doesn't. And the other guy gets hit and then he falls down. And then the next bout and a guy gets hit and he falls down. It's the same thing every time. There's no interest. And Dana White tries to say, well, what is boxing then? I mean, if you really think about it, isn't boxing? It's one of the oldest sports in the world. Isn't it kind of just one guy gets hit and either falls down or doesn't?
God, yeah, no. Even secondhand, I couldn't watch it. Couldn't watch it. Like, it's too embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, to hear him making, so, you know, if you think about it, isn't everything simply just like an arrangement of atoms and molecules? How different is anything from anything? Thank you, Dana White.
Yeah.
Very philosophical.
If you think about it, the new power slap heavyweight champion, whose name is Johnny Pork Dumpling West, who just got out of rehab for the 4th time, he's basically Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Just hits people until they fall over.
Yeah. So, how do we pick a winner in this post-fight rationalization category? They really run the gamut.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, the Conor McGregor one has so many banger lines in it.
Yeah.
Now that I've gone through the whole thing.
Yeah. Who the fuck designated this fat bitch as master father is kind of an all-timer.
It's just very good.
Dagestan think you are pussy lips for retiring.
Give it to fight me and make $100 million and give it to the entire village of Dagestan. But you won't. Why?
Lazy Fasto. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. I mean, there's some power.
Andrew Tate is like a very smooth
classic.
Of just like, yeah, it's like a laundry list of excuses.
Yeah, that's like
I have no.
That's like the Blues or something. That's like a well-known form that he is just hitting all the marks perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them's like innovation, and the other one is just you're watching a technician.
Mm-hmm.
art versus science. Although Cortes-acosta is fairly generic stuff.
Yeah.
Dana White.
The level of disconnect from reality there is... I mean, I will say, I don't want to pick Bryce Mitchell. Can we just
give it to Dana as a whole?
I mean, sure, yeah. For both of his inclusions.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I don't want to give it to Bryce Mitchell because I don't want to give anything to Bryce Mitchell, but I do love the roller coaster ride of him starting off.
It's a great... It is actually a genuinely great bit.
This guy's not a Nazi.
Of them being like, Elon Musk is a Nazi. He's not a Nazi. You're like, oh, wow. He's not... He's a loser. He's not cool enough to be a Nazi.
That's pretty good. But I'm happy to give it to Dana White. I mean, doing a classic Dana White bit with Tom Aspinall and then walking it back is good enough. But the power slap shit is really funny.
Yeah, just like him just like clearly losing his mind.
Yeah. I like being on YouTube. Yeah, me too, Dana. I love it. If a TV deal came my way for Heavy Hands, I'd spit in their eye.
Yeah.
No gods, no masters.
We just need. He says something else in that interview. He says about like we don't want that because we want to be feral.
He thinks that's cool. It's cool to be feral.
Yeah.
We are domesticated animals.
That's why Heavy Hands doesn't have a deal with Netflix.
Yeah.
We're too feral.
Which, to be clear, the definition of feral is a domesticated animal which has not been taken care of. It's just been led into the woods. That's me. I'm like just a chihuahua fending for itself. Cool.
Badass.
All right, folks. That concludes the 2025 Handies. Might be our longest one yet, even though I felt we really had it more organized and streamlined.
Yeah, it felt streamlined and shorter, but it certainly wasn't. I think we just got distracted a lot.
We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, which means we have to get the fuck out of here. So thank you, Phil. Thank you, dear listeners. Thank you to those of you who gave suggestions, supported us on the Patreon and everything. 2026 is, fingers crossed, going to be a better year for the UFC and MMA as a whole. We got our first, what would have been a pay-per-view, our first numbered event of the year coming up, and it does look like a pretty good one. So hopefully this is the sign of things to come. I cannot abide another 2025. I just can't do it. It was not fun. All right, folks, that's been the 2025 Handies. And if you came here this year for the finer points of face punching, you came to the right place. This has been Heavy Hands. So goodbye. A handy now. Woo. I swear it